Hey DK, how's it going? Alrighty, a lot going on. DK, you hear me, man? Alright. Probably give it a little bit more time for people to join in. Yeah, so DK, I have a question for you real quick. Do you have the contacts of anybody associated with Milo, Nick Fuentes, AJ, anyone associated with any one of them? Do you know places to contact them or anyone that you know would respond? If so, I want you to message me on Discord or whatever. Because I want to, we need to get the foot in the door with these communities if they're really willing to speak up about everything, if you know what I mean. So if you can, if you know any of that, because I know you're well connected within the communities. Okay. And I'm not, you know, I want to see, does anybody that you know is like a good contact that I can reach out to? Because I've tried reaching out to a lot of these guys before, don't usually end up with any luck. I hear them back. Welcome in everybody who's just hopping into the live stream. Actually, funny thing, I actually am still conducting some interviews for the summit. So you think it's over, but it's not. No, it's actually just because I have some really amazing guests that I'm like, I can't pass up on. And they were planned for a while. And so, you know, you got to find what time works best for them. So look forward to more people added to the site. That's why it's about 50 or so. I say about because I'm not sure, because, you know, get different speakers. And you know, talk to Kelvin Alps. Okay. Yeah, DK, if you want to send me contact information on Discord, I'd appreciate that, of any kind. That would be really cool. Like, that would be the best. Super helpful. Like, we you know, talk about breaking the internet. It's very possible with what's going on lately. I truly believe that. And it's not about the attention, it's about the ideas getting out there, of course. I think we have all the evidence historically in every possible way. Yeah, it's hard to get their contacts because they are some of the most banned people. But okay, yeah, I'll I guess I could just look him up, that guy that you're mentioning. I see. Oh, he's from your neck of the woods, no wonder. New Zealand. Alright, thank you for that, DK. Appreciate it. And hi, Elaine, welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, a lot of things always been happening. I'm always trying to stay tuned to the communities. The fact that I was able to reach out to some big names gives me a lot of faith in the fact that we can reach out to even bigger names and get the ideas out there. That's sort of partly in my hopes. You know, I don't put all my hopes, don't put all my eggs in one basket. But I do think we have to have some faith on that regards. Okay, interesting. Yeah. When was the last time David was on AJ's show? Try not to say things too specifically. Because I don't... Has he been on AJ's show for a while? Like, I don't know when's the last time he was. But I do know Mark has. Mark Pasha was on that, so very interesting. That's the thing. A lot of communities are coming together, and this is honestly the best opportunity to connect these communities. There's the law tubers, there's the gun tubers, there's so many communities out there that could be connected. There's the raw meat community, and they all generally have a consensus around freedom. Sure, I don't watch it too often. Okay. All right. Well, I'll reach out to the person you mentioned if they have a website. I don't know if there's a website specifically for that Kelvin guy you mentioned, but if you want, you can link it to me. That'd be great. On Discord or something else. And welcome everybody who's still coming into the stream. I'm going to start it up real soon. But yeah, I'm willing to do networking if you guys see connections that could be made with different communities. Always. Thank you, DK. Appreciate it. All right. Might as well intro a little bit. Tee-hee-hee. What up? Isn't it amazing? Wow, camera focus. You can already see the skin repairing from that allergic reaction I had, like, immediately, pretty darn fast because of the cocoa butter. Just saying. If you use cocoa butter, it works pretty darn well. I'll tell you that. But welcome everybody to the live stream for the End of Slavery Summit. Just is more so unusual, just occasional live stream that I like to do. And of course, I'm the person who interviews and puts on all the production jazz. We've had a lot of people sign up for the summit, so it's been very great. Never expected so many people. Today we're going to go over different interviews, of course, watch some replays of day 4. And thank you, John, for saying a fantastic job. Relevation of John show on Twitch. He's a fellow speaker of the summit. That's John Peniel Chidester III. That's his name. If you want the longer version, it's St. John Peniel Chidester III. But he's a good friend. He's somebody who does a lot of great work, putting out a lot of very high production value content out there. And today we'll be going over Brandon Spencer. Okay, Brandon Spencer, Jim Cost, and Connie Sponheim. Okay, these are 3 individuals who you may have not heard of, but Brandon Spencer is somebody part of the One Great Work Network, somebody who teaches an array of different subjects. He talks about the importance of getting together and what that actually means in relation to freedom. And then we have another person, Jim Cost, who talks about moral education as opposed to political, action. Everybody thinks you need to change things through politics. Well, is that actually the case? And how did he get out of that journey himself? How did he come to realize that? Connie then goes into the school system. She's actually a former school teacher. And she still does like private schooling with a lot of people, and she's also somebody who follows my work often. If you're watching out there, Connie, hello. And great stuff, honestly. These interviews are really good, a good amount of variety. Like I said, after day 1, you tend to see a lot more variety because, it's like you have schooling here and there, then you have philosophy, then you maybe have some economics, then maybe you have some history. All that is still more to come. Like, we have a whole presentation dedicated to history, a whole one dedicated to, like, economics. And there's always more resources, of course, keep in mind, in the pages of each day, right? So on this live stream, I'm going to show replays of some of the interviews, but you're going to see a lot more resources on the actual summit site. So if you haven't signed up yet, go to endofslavery.org and you can sign up, put in your email. You'll get the email in your email, the email from your email, to look at all the other resources out there, including helpful links and PDFs and books and resources and videos, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, there's a wealth of information for sure. You know, I try not to overwhelm people each day, but there's definitely a lot, and you can go down rabbit holes and find even more. Hello, Richard Bonner. I've been enjoying you and the others at the One Great Work Network. Rick Bonner, Pennsylvania. Nice to hear from you, man. Appreciate it. Awesome. And John, there's a wealth of information available, the site, PDF files, extra videos. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot out there people can look into. Recommend they do. Recommend they absolutely do. The interview I did today was fantastic. Can't wait for you guys to see that one after I'm done editing that, since it was just done today. But there's always more work to be done. Of course, with all the other drama in the world with Kanye and all this other stuff, I'm also configuring about that, trying to see how we can connect communities and reach out. So thank you, DK, for helping me find the contacts for people related to that as well. Yeah. And you guys can chat amongst yourselves when I start these interviews on stream. And, you know, of course, I'll be in the chat too. You can always ask me a question or throw a hi or something. And keep in mind that at the final day, there'll be a lot of action steps, a lot of things you can do, and you'll be surprised of how much you can actually do, probably, if you don't know. Like, you know, it's like, what do I do? It's like, there's actually a lot of things you can do. And there's a lot of skills that you can also learn to help you in that action as well, which you can consider part of that process. But there's also even more interviews on the final day. There's replays. There's a roundtable live discussion where we're going to have many different speakers come together on this live stream. And the live stream will also be in the site. So there's probably going to be a bit more people watching, and people can ask their questions in the chat. So if you guys have questions for speakers, start thinking about those questions now. Start thinking about what questions you would ask the speakers, and feel free to let us know in the roundtable live discussion, which is going to happen around mid-December. Not too many spoilers. Okay. But thank you guys for staying tuned and for always, you know, looking at all the great resources and supporting the channel and supporting everything that I'm doing. Everything, of course, is totally free. I don't even have monetization on my channel. No ads, none of that jazz. Everything is just to educate people. Thank you guys. I'm going to start it up. We have Brandon Spencer.
Hello and welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Angelot, here with my co-host, Aaron Butler. And we are here with a very special guest, somebody who is involved a lot with a lot of what's going on in the world today. And, you know, he may not look at himself so highly and have a huge bio like some other people might want to have, but, you know, I consider him to have really good essential knowledge that is just so essential for people, because sometimes you don't need to go in crazy depth to really understand what needs to be done and say, well, you know, I've published this book, I've done this documentary. This guy's already putting out so many videos, and he just started, and he is doing even more, and I encourage his efforts. That is what his main topic is about today. Anyways, it's about coming together to end slavery. So we're going to hear from his perspective how he got to where he is and what we can do to help bring more people together. So welcome, Brandon Spencer.
Hey, thank you for having me. I like that little intro.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you say on your bio you're a somebody but a nobody or
Yeah,
something like that. I'm like, no, he's somebody to me, because you know,
yeah.
I've met you before and I know that you have really good insight. And so we're gonna ask you, you know, some different questions about different things. And let's just start on, well, what is coming together to end slavery? What do we mean by that? Do we have to break that down?
Well, yes, because a lot of my work does kind of start off to focus on the mental and the internal. So, we hear a lot of people talking about we have to unite, which is correct, but have we really healed ourselves internally and done, the shadow work, done that internal work for that unity within ourselves first? So that's what I've kind of been focusing more on because you cannot have the external without the internal. So we need to be healing ourselves, doing that shadow work, healing our own trauma, healing our own problems, healing whatever aspects about our own self that we may feel uncomfortable with. Then, as we are going through that process, as that unification process happens on that internal plane, then we can start to push that out externally and start to unite with others, start to unite with people in our own community, start to unite with people online. That's what I mean by as far as the uniting for slavery, not just the unification on the external, in communities, in building whatever we can, but uniting within ourselves, trying to heal ourselves in that process too. Because if we don't unite within our own self, then we cannot unite with anyone else. If we don't heal our own self, then how can we expect to, try to pass this information and try to heal others? So you have to be that teacher. You have to pretty much practice. You have to practice what you preach, as well too, and be that change that you want to see in the world. And it has to start with the individual. Start with looking at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, you're already doing so much and putting out such great content that you deserve a thanks for what you're doing. And like I said, I encourage people to check out a lot of your works. And you're actually sharing a video with them, right? How people fear freedom, why they fear freedom.
Yes, yes. I had did a video with a friend of mine, Autumn, and we just came up with some reasons on why is it that people fear freedom. And one of the things that I always, have contemplated on is most people don't really know what freedom really is. And the reason for that is because, words have been obfuscated. And also, too, we see the death of the imagination. And this is something that I see a lot in kids is if they're not told what to do, then they don't really know what to do. That creating, help process as far as how to figure things out, like how can I get to this goal, or these problem solving skills just aren't there. And we've seen this as far as in the whole parenting, they're not parents aren't teaching these kids these same skills because most people in society don't have those skills, those problem solving skills, seeing things from the bigger picture, or weeding things out or putting things together. They don't have that creative mind on top of with the logic, but that creativity, that imagination has been stifled, it has been stunted in most people. And that's what I have seen, like in talking with people. You ask them like, hey, can you imagine a world, without government? And the first thing they do is just go into fear. How they go into trauma and terror, because they're like, well, who would rule us? And they can't imagine themselves. They can imagine a
Mhm.
world in a different, her reality outside of the reality that has been structured in their own mindset. So yeah, the depth of the imagination is a huge one, because if you can't envision this in your mind, then how can you go into those steps of making it manifest into the world? Because I can, see the world and see this reality. That's something that I dream about every day, is seeing a world based in freedom, and not just for myself, but for all life, for all life, for each and every, conscious being that is out there.
Yeah, so we're talking about coming together to end slavery, and kind of what I just got from what you just said is this other notion where if we inverse it, it's like coming together to create freedom, right? Is
Yes,
that essentially correct?
yes, yes.
So that's interesting. So we're adding something in and we're removing something else. Is that a direct correlation? Like creating freedom to end slavery. It sounds like a direct correlation, but it also sounds like a really big step. And to a lot of people, it's like, well, geez, how do we get there? You mentioned kids, maybe raising
Yep,
them up
yep.
properly,
Parenting, yeah.
or yourself. understanding yourself. A lot of people on the summit have talked about how you have to look inside yourself, right? And
Yes.
help that before you help others, like you just said. And even coming together in the past, because when you think of slavery, there was times where we talked about slavery in the past, the abolitionists in particular, which I tend to talk about, but they came together, right, in
Yes.
order to do anything.
All right.
So, so yeah, what is it then do you think that is effective when we come together? What's actually happening when we do come together, and how is it that we should come together?
Well, what happens is when we start to come together and unite, those voices are not just singular. Those individual voices get louder and louder. If you look at it, like from a conscious level, we are all energy. Okay, well, if all the energy starts to, help build itself up into one place, or help resonate itself, then it can start to, help unify and pulsate and be larger and larger and larger and larger. That's what how the power of coming together, of how unification, of harmonization, of seeing the bigger picture. Because if it's just you who is trying to speak this message, and it's just you help versus the 24/7 help propaganda machine and all the other how mind control that is out there, you aren't the loudest voice, so those other voices are always going to be heard over yours, and it will possibly weed yourself out. Just go inside of any large stadium, or where there's loud music, and you try talking, the loudest voice is always going to water down
Yeah.
everything. So imagine that. Once again, imagine that. So create it in your own mind, seeing a lot of people who have the same voice. If we came together, how it doesn't have to be physically, but if we came together online to, help unite the same message, help come up with ideas, help be a means of support, help encourage each other. It's almost like we can be the backbone, because as that voice gets louder, it's going to bring more attention to that voice. So as a group, as this, harmonized unit, whenever problems come, we can deal with those problems, because there are going to be problems that will arise in no matter what you do. So those with the loudest voice will always get their message held across. So how do we go about doing that? I think we all really have to see what the bigger picture is, and stop all this in-game fighting. He'll understand that we are all unique in some ways, when it comes to rights. So if we all commit the same wrongs, then it applies to everyone. And then he'll understand that we all have our own individual talents that we can bring to the table. We all have our physical talents, we all have our gifts and stuff like that. Understand that there is uniqueness and sameness in each individual. It's just not going into, how that collectivist mindset, and then just not going into that straight, well, hell, I'm a individual and I just do whatever the hell I want. Understand the bigger picture here, and understand what we are all facing. He'll understand what how the next generation and the generation after that is facing. We're talking about full blown slavery here, so we can put whatever differences aside to see the bigger picture and see that there is a threat. And in seeing what the bigger threat is, then you can start to put whatever forms of egoic, help personal vendettas that you may have had. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can see the bigger picture is, and putting our personal differences aside, putting their ego aside, to see that there is a danger, just like most animals would do in an animal, in the animal kingdom. Not comparing us to animals, but even in the animal kingdom, you would think that logic animals would come together to deal with the threat if it is going to take them out, and that's what we are dealing with here. So in seeing what the bigger picture is, then you really start to care. You can really start to, put yourself in other people's shoes, because you are going to have to communicate with people. You are going to have to talk with people. You are going to have a unique set of skills in order to put this information out. So, and as you are doing that, you are growing in the process too, because you are learning about yourself too. You may, figure out there's still some more healing that needs to be done. So it's in this unification, in this coming together, we are really not only learning more and more about ourselves in this process, but we are learning more and more about the whole. And then in that wholeness, yeah, they may try to, pick some of, pick some of us off, censor, he'll do whatever. Send the order followers after us. But we are so united. We are united on core principles that yes, we can support those, who may need the help, but as we are coming together, more and more people will feel that energy. More and more people will resonate with that energy. And even the ones who are just followers, even the ones who don't see the bigger picture, they're so much of a followers that if we are uniting and growing and the energy is being spread, then they'll be attracted to whatever, because remember, they don't really have to control everyone, just a majority, 51%, and then the other 49% will be, led, or they'll just follow. So it is shifting the tide and understanding, some of these deep principles. We can shift that polarity, we can shift that pendulum swing toward the direction that we want, but it's going to take a massive effort of care and willpower and
Mhm.
courage, because courage is one thing that gets left off. You have to have the courage to start speaking out. You have to have the courage to start doing what we are doing in today's day and world. That's why I said the unification internally, because if you don't have that courage, if you don't have that willpower, and you don't have that care, you may think that you are ready, but how once you step on that battlefield, you may freeze up, you may tense up, you may run away. So you have to have those inner components, because we are fighting a war. And without those internal components, we'd just be lambs to the slaughter. Just
Mhm.
be lambs to the slaughter. So yeah, that unification process, it has to happen soon. You would think that it would, have to happen soon.
I like what you're saying. Everything you're saying is great. And it seems like a lot in this world, in a world that actually has a tremendous fear of freedom, a lot of what they're fearing is that responsibility. And you know no one really wants to take, when they start to imagine true freedom, they get just a large amount of fear for the amount of responsibility that is pushed on the individual. But when someone takes in the courage and says, I'm responsible for this, that's contagious, and people
Yeah.
see that you're breaking down, your love for freedom, and the courage to express it will break down so many of those fears. And like you said, people, I think a lot of people are just followers in general. We're like a communal species. We need each other. And it 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 all comes down to, like you said, when you're divided in the mind, you're going to be divided externally, and it takes willpower and also courage to show everyone that you're trying to be responsible. And that burden of responsibility, you know it's not in the beginning. When you start to imagine it, it's all just you're the only one saying I'm responsible. But as more people take responsibility, it becomes a shared responsibility. It becomes, the burden is less and less taxing on just the individual.
Right.
But you know that's a huge part of it. I agree with everything. Great job.
I think a lot of people, yeah, they may dwell on the hardships of this, right? This idea of coming together, especially if they have knowledge that other people do not. But I like the fact that you kind of go into the benefits, really, because you see that there's a reward to the universe, um, of us doing what is, may you say, intended for the humankind. Is our freedom not intended? Is coming together, like you said, not intended? If other animals in nature are doing
Right.
it, but not only that, but we see its necessity through all the problems in the world, which are the result of people not coming together. So let's break it down a little bit more now, because we talked about the government being slavery, and this might still be a new concept to some people.
So you say help break down how government, help be in slavery. Yeah, well, first off, that's what the word means at its etymological, help meaning. To govern something means you are in control of it, held to pilot it, to stir. You are the one who is in control of it. I am governing this pen right now. And the suffix ment, ment, means help mentis. The words mentality, mental. It means the mind, are associated with the mental realm. So you combine the two, mind control. So why is it that government is mind control? It's always there. It's been there since the day you was born. It was there since before you was born. It's there when you get married. It's there when you go to school. It's there when you die. It's been there since day one. It is the mommy and the daddy telling you what to do, just like the slave master on the plantation, was there to tell the slaves what to do. Instead of taking 100% of the labor, now they just taxed everyone. So back in the slave days, it was only a small percentage that they took 100% of the labor. Well, the social engineers got crafty. Well, why don't we just tax everyone and take, um, 25%? It'll be, have more of a increase in income for them. So that's the reason why government is slavery. It's always making a claim on our body. It's always telling us what we can and cannot do. It's saying what is right. It's saying what is legal. It's saying what firearms you are allowed to have. It's saying, how when you can go off and fight. It's just always telling us what to do. It's like at some point in time, we have to understand that we are sovereign beings, and we cannot continue listening to that chatter that's always in the back of our mind saying, what if, what if, what if, what if? That what if mindset has been installed by authority to create more fear, to say, what if, hell, the government wasn't here? What if I needed to get this? And, hell, there was no corporation. It's always excuses, 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 fear, fear, fear. That's exactly what the slave master wants you to think. Well, if you got some means of freedom, well, how would you feed yourself? Well, you don't know how to read, how you ignorant. How would you maintain yourself? It's always this what if fear. That's the mindset of that they want you to have, because whenever you are in a state of power and whenever you are not in a state of power, in order to maintain that power in any abusive relationship, because the government is an abusive relationship, they always use means of fear. Even if you want to look at, the male who may beat his girlfriend or wife, he's always constantly using verbal abuse. You are nothing without me. You went last without me. It's always fear, fear, fear. Hell, what if, what if, what if? So that's why government is slavery, because it is always creating mental conditions to keep you in a state of fear. Create mental conditions to keep you in a state of fear. Then therefore, in that state of mental condition, you retard yourself, or you lock yourself into that mentality. And then therefore, anything that springs out of a mindset of fear is going to be controlled. That's why government is mind control. That's why government is slavery, because it controls you at the mental level. Then therefore, you are trying to produce on that same mental plane. Then anything that springs out of that is going to be toxic. And this has always been the plan since day one. So that's why government is slavery. It's always telling us what to do. It's that mommy and daddy that's always shooting that voice in the back of your mind, because we've heard that voice so many times since the day that we were born.
I think people are starting to catch on as well as it comes into their life, and they're
Yeah.
like, why is it in my life? A lot of people are starting to feel that, but some people might say, well, why can't we come together to limit the government? Why can't we come together to control the government so it doesn't control us?
That's a funny one. Yeah, why can we not come together to limit that government? Okay, even if we somehow did possibly do that, you're still setting yourself up in that eventuality for things to spring up later on. So that's what the problem is you're not fully getting rid of the cancer. It's like you're only cutting out a part of the cancer. You want to get to the root. You want to get rid of all of it. You don't want to get rid of 51%, or 55%, or 60%, or even 90%, because a little bit of government is dangerous, because a little bit of government is still slavery. Because even in that limited scope of her mental her reality, there's still a possibility, because you are controlling her reality at that time, because we live in infinite realities. So in a free state, you have an infinite amount of possibilities that can happen. Once you start to narrow that down, then that means you start to constrict, you start to have control. So that's why you can never leave that possibility open, because some psychopath could come at that time, and then people get comfortable. How people stop teaching, pretty much, how like we had at the start of this country per se. So if people, start to get lazy, start to get comfortable, well, then that little bit of government will always have the potential to become bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over time, which we've seen that happen. So that's why we don't even open up that possibility. If we do get to this state of freedom, then we have to always morally educate and morally teach the ones who come, after us. And you have to constantly keep morally educating and teaching. Always keep constantly morally educating and teaching. Because if that knowledge gets limited or gets shunned out, then you're going to have that possibility for authority, have to reign. Because people do get comfortable. Hell, we all get comfortable in our own states. Hell, in our own communities. That's just hell the thing. Hell that comes hell along with being human. After a while, hell we get comfortable. But it is in that comfort we start to hell let things slide. We kind of let things go. We kind of start to let our guard down. That's why you don't want to have hell limited government, because once you start to let your guard down, then the government is going to always hell somehow get its tentacles through the cracks.
Where it's totally, it's kind of just the most simple thing. We're all after total freedom for everything, and that includes, we're accepting the responsibility that comes with that. Now, and government, as we see it, external control does not mean external freedom. It's totally opposite. You will never have external freedom when external control is present. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
It's simple 1+1. Obviously it takes it, but people don't. They think it's a naive, or a naive mindset. But control is a naive mindset. It's not changing the mind. It's an external, trying to change nature and change humans. Anarchy, or the state of slavery is the natural state of man. It's not natural to seek control and to dominate other people. It's simple stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, so this is good, because now what I tend to notice is we're talking about the action and we're talking about the
Yes.
knowledge, which we see are sort of interconnected, because we're saying that what needs to be done is the very thing that's not being done, or that's the very reason why we have the problems, is we're not coming together. We're not together, and that's why perhaps it's easier for people to be controlled, right?
All right.
So now I'm going to ask you, like, is there resources that you would recommend for people who are new to this knowledge or new to taking action? And if you want to answer those two separately, you can.
Resources for new individuals as far as this information. Well, the number one video that I used to recommend, and I know it's kind of hardcore, is Mark Passio's How Natural Law has seminar. But I would recommend his The Science of Natural Law, just because it's shorter, and
The
he's asking some
documentary.
wonderful questions. Yes. So his documentary is the first thing that help that I would recommend. And if they like that, then of course all of Mark's work, I would send them to Lark and Rose work, help Lysander Spooner, just pretty much anyone who has been talking about the concepts of pretty much the philosophy of how natural law, and pretty much the philosophy of freedom. Because there are a lot of people who talk about freedom, but they don't really go deep into it, as far as seeing it from the mental and internal plane. And I will also encourage them to, the biggest thing is, you're not going to know everything overnight. It's going to take time for you taking in this information. A lot of people think that, because they watch a few videos and stuff like that. No, be willing to put in the time and dedication, because we still live in the golden age of information. So I would encourage them, help to know that you're not going to learn anything overnight. Um, you know, He'll be patient, be willing to look at videos that you normally wouldn't used to. Hell, don't have your emotions on your sleeve. Have something to write your notes down, because if you don't understand it, be willing to look it up. Hell, be willing to pause the video. And some other people, as far as her research, of course, Michael Tessarion, he gets into a lot about shadow work and the internal work. And of course, how Derek Bros' work, he's always putting out, how good information about trying to pull yourself out of the system, as far as, pulling back all interaction as much as you can, and, trying to look at other means to sustain yourself. There's more and more people that I am seeing that are willing to put out information. So you have to get a good feel for who you are going to listen to, because you may listen to all those people and you may just not, you may just not flow with them. Okay, so you have to figure out pretty much, like how is it that you take in information. If you take in information best visually, okay, you may be good at watching videos. If you are a reader, okay, you may be good at reading books. You may be good at, hell, just listening to audio, like forgetting the background. Okay, then there's a lot of podcasts and audio too. So it's not necessarily, who do I recommend, but do you know how you take in information that's best to you? And then if you know that, then okay, you have to find the time and what fits for you. Because just because I give you this recommendation doesn't mean that it's going to resonate for you, because we all started learning in our own individual, unique way. So you have to figure out what way works best with you. And the reason why I like, how Mark Pascio's The Science of Natural Law, because he is actually asking questions. So as you are watching that, you can actually ask yourself these questions. And then based on, like how you get the questions right or wrong, then you can kind of, go from there. Okay, I'm, possibly got most of those questions wrong. So, maybe I do need to kind of, like go into the philosophy to kind of understanding more to what is a right. Okay, I got, a majority of those questions right. So I have a good understanding of right. So, maybe I need to kind of go into the philosophy of, how being a anarchy, or a voluntarianist, or a abolitionist. You're going more into the action, health standpoint. So based on where you are, maybe you need to kind of go refine your knowledge and research, which is fine, because we all should be going back from time to time to refine our knowledge, or how maybe you know a little bit more, you put in a few years, you read, have some books, you have a good understanding of it. So then maybe you can kind of go toward the action base, as far as to, like how do we manifest this into the reality, pulling ourselves out of the, hell out, hell the system, hell building communities, and still trying to reach minds. Because at the end of the day, we should still be trying to reach minds and plant seeds, because that job is never going to be done until we are all free.
Yeah, and I encourage anybody who's listening right now to reach out, if they need help or if they want to collaborate. We're people who want to help the world. We're here doing a genuine cause that out of morality. So we're willing to help, we're willing to collaborate, we're willing to do whatever it takes to make a difference to end slavery. I mean, we think it's a pretty big deal because we're talking about slavery. And I would hope that would sound like a pretty big deal to most people when they first hear that. But it's just the form of slavery that they just perhaps don't understand. And I can relate that to say, well, back then maybe not everybody understood it either, right? Because they're ending something that has existed for so long. And some people feel like it's natural, like you guys were saying, and that they were just born into it. So it seems like it's just part of life, and they shouldn't really question it. But if we go down the rabbit hole and we start looking at all the problems, right? We can even find knowledge there. We might even find that root of government, finding its tentacles, like you said, in everywhere, even in places where we don't think it will. But it has impacts in today's world, because if we're enslaved, then wouldn't you say everything that comes of our world is in part responsible of the slave master?
Oh no, sorry. Hell, I was just thinking, how we talking about the slavery and having its
Hmm.
tentacles and everything. And yesterday, I was driving by a church, and I was talking with my friend, and we just happened to drive by a church, and it still had the COVID testing in the parking lot. And then, hell, and I just made like, like they still have this testing area up here. So then he said that the job that he is working at, they park in a church parking lot. And he said on Friday they brought in a whole bunch of buildings as far as COVID testing. So then I'm like, well, what are the odds, that they're using church park held church, have parking lots for these COVID testing, but these churches are involved, held with the government, and held they're holding hands, held behind the scenes. But I just thought that was a funny thing, because you said people may not really understand that, how the government has its tentacles in everything. Yeah, they literally have their tentacles in everything.
Yeah. I think if people have eyes to see it, they will find it. And anybody who does research, probably a lot of people who are watching this will probably agree with that. That's why they're watching this. They're interested. They're curious. And if you
Mm,
ask questions about the world, we're not asking you what to think or telling you what to think. We're asking you, like, are you thinking? Are you questioning? Because these are just observations that we're making within our lives. Do you see the same thing? Maybe you don't always see exactly what we're saying. There's a lot of people who are speaking on the summit, and they, maybe you don't always agree with the way they put things, but because we all live in different environments. But are you
right.
seeing the general message, the correlations that we're all personally observing within our own lives? Maybe there is something that we're sharing here. And so that's goes into like my next question about action is, do you think a movement is necessary for action? This is something I like to ask people because it doesn't always get spotlighted. But back then in the 1800s, it was called the abolitionist movement. Nowadays, we have the independent media, not really a movement. We
Yeah.
have natural law community, which is great. I don't know if that's a movement. Then you got like, the truth movement, but I don't really know what that is, and like, does
I don't
that
think anyone
include
does.
this or that? Like, I don't know what that is. So I'm curious, like, is that going to be, in your view, do you think that's going to be essential for the action that is necessary? Or will they naturally spring up as more people come to understand it? Is there anything we to be aware of, cautious about when it comes to movements and joining groups and communities?
Well, I would say the benefit of a movement could be it can help bring awareness to whatever goal that movement has, because, once again, a movement, you're going to have many, how individuals, so those individuals can come together, how can, help broadcast, help put out the message. So a movement can help bring awareness to whatever message or goal. But just like with any other thing, once things become bigger and bigger and larger, you always have the potential to, he'll lose sight, or, he'll lose whatever her message was, or, you have some bad health individuals that can come in and, help make things, not necessarily good for the group, but you always have those problems, but problems are going to spring up with everything. But I do see that the benefit for any movement is it can bring message. Now, I don't think it is necessary. I'm not saying, it cannot have a positive effect. Um, I think once people start to see this unity happen, if it, like if it does start happening, which I think is happening very slowly, but I think people will really start to compare the message that they are hearing from this movement, and they also start to compare to what they are seeing in the real world too. So that movement's message has to, have that effect, as far as to, can they resonate with that message in the real world and start to see that vision? Because if they can't compare the two and start to see that vision, then that movement won't ever really have a chance. So I think that's why we are starting to see more and more people who are talking about these things, and more people are starting to, you know ask questions, as far as, freedom, and, how can I pull myself out of the system? How can I pull my kid out of these government indoctrination camps? So I don't think a movement is necessary, but I really do think that it can influence if it's done correctly.
Hmm. So yeah, that's very interesting, right? Because I mean, spoiler alert, but obviously I create a movement.
Yeah.
It goes without saying. But and I try to look for people who can critique it and see, because I'm trying to make it very universally grounded, which I don't
Mm,
usually see with a lot of movements of the past. They're usually focused on one person. They're not focused on the ideas. Or they are focused on the ideas, but they're not universal. They're not eternal. It's
right.
very different. So I try to keep that all into account. And so that goes into my next question is like, do you think there's any actions that aren't being done that you would like to see being done, uh, even within researchers or independent media communities, the truth communities? Are there certain things that you think needs to be done that hasn't been done, or, uh, you know, I still think about this on a day-to-day basis, right? Because this is something that we have to strategize about. This isn't just the knowledge that we obtain about how our universe works. This is the knowledge of how we obtain how we get there
Yeah.
based on our current world, which is, wrapped in so much convoluted business. It's even harder, perhaps, to come to grasp. So, I'm not sure if you've looked into this much, but do you think there's or if you have any strong opinions about this, but is there any action that you see not being done?
Well, it's more of I don't see the topic of morality being talked about by that much people still. It's you still have like this, like the small core, from the network, and every now and then you may hear some other people talking about, have morality, but I don't see a lot of people bringing that topic into the conversation, and they are talking about, like some good things, and they bring a lot of discussion to the table, but they never really bring up morality, because there has to be a set of core principles that we all have to understand, because if not, then how can we ever learn to harmonize with each other? So in that morality, that's going to be that set of core principles. If you are familiar with the teachings of natural law, um that that core essential ingredient is something that I feel a lot of people just miss, or they don't want to talk about it, because it does bring up a lot of a religious notion. There is some backlash that's going to come when you talk about objective morality, because people are just going to throw you into, oh, you are a Christian, or you're just trying to bring that religious dogma. It's like, no, there is an actual science, there is actual truth. You can actually come to understand this enough to the point to where you can apply into your life. And that's the biggest thing that I just see is people just leaving out that core essential ingredient, because I do know that morality is the core essential ingredient. And if we are talking about unification and coming together, what are we going to unite off of? We have to have that core essential ingredient, which would be principles, have morality. Do you understand what a right action is, and do you understand what a wrong action is, and are you living that in your life? Like, have you taken that information and that knowledge and harmonized with it to the point to where you feel comfortable trying to explain it to someone else? You don't have to do it in just the way that Mark did it, or how the way that how I do it, or the way that Corey does it, or the way that anyone does it. Do you understand it, and can you put it in that way that you feel? And that's what I just feel that a lot of people are lacking, is they do not want to bring up the topic of morality in that conversation.
Because it strikes at the root, right? You said like
Yeah.
that's what needs to be focused on, and that has to do with slavery, that has to do with
Yep.
government, right? You said mind
Yeah.
control. So morality and mind control. I mean, if you're not in control of your own
Oh,
mind, who's in control of
right.
your mind, like Aaron said? So
Yep.
there's question as to, like, is that moral, is that right? These are just some questions for people to ask who are listening out there. And of course, like I said, I recommend they look out your video, Why People Fear Freedom. I see you go into like all science about it, you go into like the brain structure and everything. I think it's really intriguing, very interesting. I recommend a lot of people look into that. And so, yeah, I mean, the fear of freedom is an internal thing, right? And freedom is an external thing, maybe you say, or, you have to obtain it internally and then you obtain it externally. But, um, that fear is keeping people in their slavery, may you say. So, what kept you from obtaining your knowledge? Because I think we all had this process of our life, right? We said we were all born into this process of wow, oh my gosh, government exists, it's here, it's where we have to sign this birth certificate, we got to do this, got to do that, oh, we got to pay taxes, oh, it's like, interesting, I didn't know that came with the birth process
Yeah.
by nature. So what really woke you up? How long were you asleep, per se? How long were you a statist? This is the word we'd like to use to describe the belief in authority.
Yeah.
How long were you a statist, and how did you get out of your statism?
Oh man, this is something I've thought about so much, because I'm always thinking about, like, why is it that like I was able to see the stuff and snap out of it. But, sadly, I was a statist for 27 years. I'm 36 now. Um, Man, I was playing video games. I was playing Call of Duty a lot. Like I was that dude who'd be up at midnight getting the new Call of Duty in November. And I did that for 6 years straight. But there was something that snapped at me. I was like, this is the same game over and over. That pattern recognition started to kick in. And this was this was right after Sandy Hook. So late 2012, early 2013. I wanted to get a firearm, and I just started doing research, and I just happened to get into conspiracies and did that for 2 years. Went down that rabbit hole, searched all of the conspiracies. Was a Ron Paul advocate slash a libertarian. How this when the Ron Paul thing was blowing up. How YouTube was blowing up, and then used to watch Alex Jones, Hell for Infowars, and just so happened I happened to watch the Alex Jones nightly news with Leanne McAtee, and this when Mark did his first interview, and it's like once you see Mark and how he presents, he just had this energy, and he brought up the whole topic of mind control and slavery and occultism, and I had never really dove in deeper, like it was just surface level conspiracy. So he left so much of a imprint that I'm like, who is this dude? So I went like 2 weeks, didn't check out any of his work, and then I finally looked up his name, and then his natural law presentation, how came up, went through that in 9 hours, sat down the first time, went through it, didn't eat, was confused. I had questions, watched it again. And I'm like, man, something about this is making sense. So went through his podcast, went through all of his links, you start coming across, how more other people who put out this work, how Larkin Rose, which is, he's phenomenal. His book, what is it? The Most Deadly Superstition. Yeah. Read that book, highly liked it. And this is when I started reading, because I knew I was good at taking in video. I knew I wasn't the best reader, but it was something that I wanted to do, so started getting books, started reading those. And Richard B. Wetherell's books,
Yeah.
Right as Might. Oh man, those books
Yeah.
are phenomenal because they're simple, they're easy to understand.
They're
So
fantastic. Yeah.
right, yeah. So doing that for 2 or 3 years, like I literally went through all of Mark's work. Hell, this was when Tessarian was putting stuff on YouTube, went through all of his stuff, like internal work, how shadow work. Went and started studying what like anarchy is, started getting into philosophy. And it was like as I'm taking in this information, there was literally a change internally, that starts to happen, like within yourself. And I was going hard, like I was going 8, 10, 12 hours a day, like just researching. And probably why I was gifted with a big head. But yeah, it's just like over time, as I was shifting my focus more on the freedom philosophy, like in the work, I weeded out all of the conspiracy, like all of the nonsense, pretty much anything that was creating fear and stress in my life. And I mean the false set of fear and stress, stop going to certain sites, because all of the ads, and there was a purge that happened, because I think that's what a lot of people forget too, is as you're going through this process, you need to have that purge. You need to start to filter out the stuff that was inside of you once, or if you're still taking in information that may necessarily, not be beneficial to you, are you willing to let that stuff go? Are you willing to purge it out and get it out of your life? And that's what I started to do, was shift my focus on the things that I needed to be focused on, how internal work, rights, freedom, how all of those things, how shadow work. Then that process started to open up. Then those doors started to open, because as I was going through Mark's work, it was like for each video that Mark had recommended, 10 more came in. Or like for each book, you check the sources, and you may see 10, 12 different books, and hell, you can go to those sources, and it just kept opening up more and more and more and more, because Mark was always very well researched. Well, I'm glad he did, because all of those research helped open me up to all of those help help presenters work, like Lloyd Pye. And he did the whole series, Mark, as far as the human origins. That's something that I always wanted to talk about, but it's just not like favorite as far as in today's day, in age. But yeah, going through those links, going through those sources, hell, writing things down, it's that thirst inside of me that wanted to know, and I had a drive, I had an insatiable appetite, I wanted to know. And boy, when I wanted to know, that information came in like a floodgate, because this was back before all the censorship like really started. So I kind of took advantage of all the videos that were being posted online, and I'm thankful that I did, because it was about 3 years into it, I started to see a change, like talking with people, and other people started to see a change within me on how I conducted myself, how I presented myself, like how I taught, how my vocabulary got better, it expanded, because how that's one thing, is when you are reading, you're also growing your vocabulary and your hell imagination too. So as I'm talking with people, like I'm getting positive feedback, as far as communicating with them. Because if not, like sometimes when you go to talk to people, you just want to go like just 1,000 miles an hour, like just straight, like hardcore. Some people you can do that, but some people you can't. You're gonna lose people. You're just gonna flood them with so much information. It was after I started going, like on my own journey, then that process started to happen within me, that I can, see like, hey, this person is being receptive to what I'm saying. This person is giving me these signals and these clues that what I am having to say is, resonating with them. So that's pretty much, like how my process started. It took years, because it was, like steps onto the conspiracy, because I just started to have this pattern recognition, playing video games a lot, because I always had free time. I never really had a 9 to 5 slave job. So I just shifted my time, from playing 10 hours of video games, like in one day, to, educating myself. And now, I've shifted that to learning about this technology, because that's one thing that I wasn't familiar with. But man, it is phenomenal, learning about what these computers and technology can do, because I was missing out for years. And, just happy to get a little piece of it as I'm learning and learning.
Yeah, and meeting you is fantastic, right? I never got to meet so many people. And I think the roads all lead to the same sort of area when you start really having an open mind to what freedom is, as you said. That even if there is censorship, think about it, we can actually use to our advantage the philosophical, the educative ideas in the modern day internet. It's not necessarily censored, as long as you don't talk about today's topics and the things that rise to the surface, you might be okay. Use that to your advantage of just planting seeds,
Yeah.
light seeds, even like you said, just questions, or it doesn't have to be heavy enough to just plant the seed so that way it does its own work. And that's the great part about videos, right? Like it's always there, it always lasts, it's forever. And so we encourage people to produce their own content, and this is coming together, to do an interview or to collaborate or to find out how to do any of that. I would say that's all coming together. You bringing your ideas together is coming together. That's coming together, and your own slavery
Yeah.
to create your own freedom. And so, how long would you say you were a status? Like how many years?
I bet this is a hard question for most people to ask. But yeah, 27 years. It was actually around the time I had my like Saturn's return that I started to, like wanted to die, like go down that rabbit hole. But it was actually uh 2000, yeah. So yeah, about 27 years. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Had 27 years.
Yeah, wow. So there you go. And there's always time. There's people, right, that we meet way longer than that, and they start to come understand everything, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Wow, everything I learned." It's all that question, because they struck at the root. So everything that comes from it, it's now at question. So fantastic. Is there anything else that you want to mention in particular for our audience, and for the End of Slavery Summit? And if Aaron, if you have anything else to say to Brandon, it's up to you guys. What do you think, Aaron? And
Um, yeah, I think a lot of what Brandon said was great. And for some reason, I just started thinking. I mean, a lot of this, and I think some of Brandon's work gets into more of the occult aspect, but what Brandon's doing and what we're doing here is we're de-occulting morality. Morality is hidden. We're de-occulting freedom. Real freedom is hidden. We're de-occulting all of these things. Like the occult is like the grease that goes in between all of the wheels, and learning about the occult was super, impactful for me. I might slip in one question for Brandon.
Mhm.
You know, I think it's my I'm I don't like to use belief a lot. I have a strong inclination that anyone, who goes down the rabbit hole, when you learn about the occult, there's something inside the occult for every human being. There's a craft for every human being out there, and every human being has their own specific way. And it seemed like the occult and de-occulting things for people, whether it's just a little breadcrumb, and let them to see past that, see deeper a little bit more. Once they do it, that everything unfolds. Is there are there I know, some people think it's more of a personal question. Are there any specific crafts or occult philosophy specifically that helped you?
Oh yeah, and this is the first time I've been asked this. Hermeticism has been a huge
Gotcha.
influence in my life, and theosophy. I have read a lot on theosophy. I am a huge, proponent. You don't have to, go out and join a group, but I do highly encourage, for anyone to check out, how the the works of, how Blavatsky or the, how the Theosophical Society, and you have to do your own due diligence. Just like, I encourage, people to go out and read the Kabbalion or any of, how those, how works. But you have to do your own due diligence and, how just be willing to, continue to push. But yeah, those two have been a huge influencer, and I still have some. Like, I would really like to go deeper into Kabbalah. That's probably, like one of my weaknesses. But yeah, Hermeticism and Theosophy have really been a huge influence in my life. And alchemy,
Yeah.
alchemy, of course, because you can't leave alchemy out, because that's,
Right.
integrated in all the in all the traditions. So
Gotcha. Cool. Good stuff. Hermeticism was huge for me. I
yeah.
think that, I don't know, I won't keep going off too much, but yeah, that's great.
We're
Thank you for sharing.
passionate.
Thank you for sharing that, Brandon.
This,
Yeah.
this is good. And that's really good point though, because like so many people don't talk about the occult text, theosophy especially. I don't hear that one that often, but I ask a lot of people in real life. I'm like, do you know what that is? Do you know what deism is in
Yeah.
relation to that? And because I have a lot of deist books, I don't have a lot of theosophy books near me. Of course, I could read them online or whatever,
Yeah.
but I like to have them with me as well. um, but yeah, that's a good point. I gotta definitely get some of those on hand personally, and I would recommend that to anybody else too. And like you said, kind of weed out, make your own judgment of things. Look at multiple different texts. You don't have to join this, group of people or that group of people. You don't have to join my movement or somebody
Yeah.
else's movement. You can be within all of these. You can kind
Yeah.
of feel them out. You can add your own judgment, your own flavor to it. I mean, I encourage that for my movement. It's like, hey, take my stuff, do whatever you want with it.
Right.
As long as the knowledge remains the same, the truth gets out to people. It doesn't matter what happens. The truth is the truth. But of course, yes, then we ask questions, we hold each other accountable. And this is, to me, this is how I think coming together and slavery can really happen. One by one, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is just the beginning, or maybe never know. Overnight, things can change really quickly, with a trending hashtag or somebody who's an influencer who just catches on board, who
Yeah.
has a life awakening. Because some people don't come across this through research. Some people come across this through like a life experience, something that's like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
what happened? And so it's nice to hear testimonies from people who were of a previous mindset, this thing we call statism, or what I call mental slavery, and in seeing how they got out of it. Because this is something I ask everybody in the summit is like, how did you get to where you are now? And a lot of people seem to understand this thing called statism, and this is something that we're particularly tackling because again, it's the root. So would recommend that people try looking at this root and see how much it influences their world. Do you have anything else to say about statism, since we didn't cover that in particular as a belief system? We did cover a lot of the surrounding elements, like what government is, the nature of government. But what about statism? How do you think that relates? Do you think that's just as important to look into as natural law? Um,
Yes, well, because I would say that statism is cult mentality at its finest.
mhm.
And how cult mentality is something that I have touched on much in my work. Um, just because I'm going to talk about like what I do, and I think people can understand. And this is also what has helped me on my journey is I umpire. That's how I feed myself. I am a umpire. I umpire fast pitch softball. I've been doing that for 16 years. I've traveled the country. I have called for girls who are playing on ESPN right now. I've called for some girls who didn't even have a future in the sport, but I've called 10,000 plus games, 16 years. And what I have noticed in the people who I have dealt with, they have no awareness as far as what they believe in. They have never really sat down and had a conversation with themselves. They never really sat down and questioned authority. They have never really sat down and questioned why is it that I believe and why I believe this and is it true? So being an umpire, I've literally dealt with a lot of cognitive dissonance. I've dealt with a lot of internal contradiction, and I've dealt with a lot of immorality in front of kids. So in my experience, as far as 16 years in doing that, I don't want to say professionally, but this is how I feed myself and pay these stupid bills. I've had my share of experiences as far as learning from what I've seen and taking what I've learned as far as through this work and applying it to reality. So as far as like people's mindset, as far as like where they are, it is a sad state because majority of the people who I've seen and dealt with 90% of the time are in a state of internal contradiction because they have done stuff to me on the field and I have literally gone over to them and asked like, hey man, if I came to your job and started doing this to you, would you want that? And they're like, no. So then I'm like, well, why are you doing that like with me? And they just like can't compute, it's like they can't equate the two as being the same. But like they are just in
People
that. Yeah,
malfunction.
right. Yeah. Because they're so used to seeing that television and seeing those professional sports screaming at the umpires, so they think that's how reality really works. They can't break down the two, like, hey, that's not reality and this is reality because we're doing this in front of kids and how the kids see us acting this way and then how the kid like it's this cycle, and that's what people really don't will look at, so in my experience for what I do as far as being a umpire, I have seen a lot. And I can also, say that where majority of the people's consciousness is is lower than we thought because they don't really apply this concept and they're willing to do it in front of their own kids and aren't willing to teach these kids why is it you should not apply these behaviors. There are some parents, some coaches, who still do it. And those are the ones who I do applaud. Like I love seeing the coach explaining to the little girl, like, why is it that she shouldn't stand in the baseline if she doesn't have the ball? Because you're really getting her to understand, how you're getting to the root. How most parents would just say, because I told you so, because I did this. And you see, that's where the basis of this authority training starts. It is in our, from our parents, from our teachers, because I said so, because I did this. That's where this authority starts. So it starts right there and it is boosted into statism. Have to talk about statism, it starts very young. It's not just in the schooling, it's in parenting, it's in all aspects of life. It's when you're told don't ask questions, don't think for yourself, don't express yourself, don't use that imagination. That's where that authority starts. And it is boosted and boosted and boosted and boosted into the ultimate like mega form of statism, where they're putting people in charge to rule not only themselves but for all of us. So hell, I
Interesting.
wanted to add that.
Yeah, that's really good points. I mean, you're beautifully wording these things. I don't know if you realize it, but you're beautiful. And like it's just kind of funny because you're saying the problem is with the teachers, the knowledge that they're obtaining, and then we're saying, well, here's this other knowledge that you need to obtain. It is all education, is it not?
Right.
The action
Yeah.
and the knowledge is one and the same. It seems like. So I
The
thank you
funny thing
for,
is,
yeah.
I was like, sorry. And one last thing is, I've ran into teachers, and they may ask you like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Well, like I'm a teacher." And they're like, "Well, what school do you teach?" I'm like, "No, like why do you think that a teacher only has to teach at the school? How
Mhm.
teaching that curriculum is like, no, like why can I just be a teacher? Trying to teach people about freedom, about morality. Hello about self responsibility, self sovereignty." And then you look at them, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because they don't, because they just equate the whole status mentality that a teacher has to teach through preschool or like through high school. It's like, no, like y'all are not teachers. Like freaking that's the thing, because y'all aren't real educators, because y'all aren't influencing change within the mind. Hell, y'all aren't creating and uplifting change within the mind. So yeah, hell, just to add that point.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Brandon, for joining us. This is Brandon Spencer. So that's Brandon, and then Spencer, Spencer. Recommend checking out his works. Just look up his name or anything related to natural law. You might find him as well. Anything that you see, he's doing a lot of interviews, like I said, a lot of works lately, and I applaud you in doing that. I recommend a lot of people check it out, and check out his resource for everybody, which is How People Fear Freedom. I mean, why do people fear freedom? And it goes deep into that with another interview that he conducted. So would recommend that for people to check out. And for anybody to want to see any more interviews like this, I would recommend going to nita.one/summit. That's nita.one/summit. And you'll get the End of Slavery Summit with all the many speakers and all the many different resources. Thank you very much for joining me, Brandon.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me. And thanks, Aaron, for having me.
Appreciate
Of
it.
course. Thanks.
All right. Okie dokie. So that's that one. All right. So that was Brandon Spencer, everybody. If you want to check out his works, just look up Brandon Spencer. I'm pretty sure he is on other platforms. He's had some trouble with the mainstream platforms. So give him some support on other platforms. You know where to look. At least you should know where to look. Generally, he puts out a lot of great stuff, and one of the resources, he created a whole playlist, a compilation of a bunch of videos that you'll find on the Summit website under one of the free resources. And so our next interview will be Jim Cost, and we're going to be talking about all sorts of things: personal experience, realizations, moral education versus political action. And we'll get started. Welcome, Amos, first of all. Just welcome some people here. Beans, welcome on Twitch. Don't have many Twitch viewers. Most of my viewers are on YouTube at the moment. We got Richard in the house, if he's still around. We got St. John Peniel Chidester III. Your name takes up half the screen. And we got Active Research, who's hanging out here and there. We got DK, of course. And we got some other people as well. Shine. Anyone else, if they want to say hi, they can feel free to write in the chat. Yeah, so thank you guys for watching. We're going to continue here, and we're going to find out. This is Jim Cost, everybody.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with Jim Cost. Is that correct? Or you go
Yes.
by James as well?
I go by Jim, actually. My friends call me Jim. So
Jim, Jim James,
yeah.
Jam. Welcome. We're going to be talking about moral education as the end to slavery. This is a really big topic, in my opinion, very important, because a lot of people don't look at moral education as being important. It's like, well, why talk about morality? Why talk about education? Why not just pass a law? Why not just, write some scribbles on a piece of paper and say, this is what everybody should do? Nobody's going to listen. People are too chaotic. So we're going to dive deep into what this means. But first, let's have Jim introduce himself.
Okay. My name is Jim Cost, as Corey said. I'm been a professional musician all my life, and I've always been interested in self-growth, development, and everything about that. And I've always been interested in esoteric or spiritual knowledge, and I had been studying for a long time, but it really wasn't until I came across Mark Passio's teachings that things really changed inside of me. And the thing that really got me red-pilled, as they say, was I saw a documentary by Adam Curtis called The Century of the Self. And I started really researching that. It talks about, for people who haven't seen it, it talks about the complicity of the American Psychological Association towards the teachings of Wilhelm Reich, and it talks about Edward Bernays and advertising. And something really stirred inside of me. I was like, wow, I thought I was studying a lot of stuff, but to see how advertising and psychological manipulation, really, how this all played together, I really started on the road. And then I came across Mark's teachings, and, I was listening to people like James Corbett, and I was listening to Richard Grove and Grand Theft World and Peace Revolution. And it really, things really started to coalesce and, really change within me. And then
the audio on this clip gets fixed, so just stay tuned.
I'll admit I was resistant to it. Hugely resistant. Something in me really was rebelling against it, but at the same time I was really attracted to it, and I said, there's something really here. And I think I was really experiencing the kind of the destruction of my old belief system. It was already starting to chip away with me, through listening to his teachings. And I listened to his podcast from number one to the current, at the time what was current. And, being a musician, I really, we learn in pattern recognition and putting pieces together and organically synthesizing knowledge. So I was always disposed to that. So I applied my natural disposition in that way to Mark's teachings. And I just really found that, I coexisted in a state of really rebelling, but really being attracted. And I just wanted to dig more and more. So the more I dug, the more I wanted to know. And then I think a lot of it, Corey, was that I thought, no, this can't be. The whole world, now everything I know is wrong. And I was really rebelling against that and thinking, well, the government's not here to help you and all this kind of stuff. I was really working on, on my inside. You know what I mean?
So it's actually funny you mentioned music because we were interviewing Aaron and myself were interviewing somebody the other day, and they were talking about music as sort of a way to help free people and do the
Hmm.
shadow work and help confront their feelings. And it's sort of reflective, like the music that they listen to is
Right,
reflective to what they're currently feeling. And
right.
so, and I could see music as sort of a form of education. They put a lot of different lyrics in it. It gives you a certain type of feeling. You might come out good, you might come out stronger. Like, let's say you're working out, you need to put on like pumping music. I feel like
Yeah,
it's a form of education. You're helping your body know different signals, frequencies, vibrations, may you say. I think
yep,
music is a very powerful tool. And then you mentioned advertising. I mean, that's sort of a form of education too, right? Because
right.
it's putting images and messages and symbols in front of people's faces. And some
Right.
people don't realize what those symbols are doing to them or how it
Exactly.
may be affecting them.
Exactly. Everything that you mentioned, Corey, is it hits people at a subconscious or pre-conscious level. Music, the way that certain vibrational frequencies act upon different energy centers or the chakras in your body, I mean, it's no accident that some of the music that we listen to um, nowadays, like there's a lot of the sub bass frequencies can really hit people in the solar plexus or any different regions,
Hmm.
and people even talk like some of the newer rap that's out, like some of the mumble rap with real subsonic frequencies can hit people at a really, some people say that it makes them actually physically uncomfortable. They feel
Hmm.
like they're unsettled. And a lot of that is by design, from what we know of what happens in the music industry, And I
Hmm.
know from my own personal experience working in it, as
Oh,
well.
wow. Okay.
It definitely can hit. Like, the thing is, I don't know if you've listened to Mark Devlin at all, any of his podcasts. He's over in the UK, and he does a lot of research on, he's got books called Musical Truth. He's got a whole series, and he talks about how the music industry has been co-opted, by the dark occultists, and how it's an actual, they've actually designed some of the music to hit people in really negative ways from vibration. And it's interesting because there's a keyboard player named David Sanchez who, back in the 70s, he's a keyboard player who's played with all kinds of great progressive rock people, and he was Springsteen's first keyboard player. He talks about how he said there's a sonic machine that they use to create black holes. And he said, now if they can use something to create voids in the universe, just imagine what you could do if you use that same sonic frequencies for positive effects. So,
Hmm.
I as a musician have always been aware of this, throughout my professional career.
I see. Yeah, that's amazing. That's interesting. I don't know much about that. I do
Mhm.
know about the 440 hertz,
Right.
the 432 hertz, and
Yeah.
there's music playlists and compilations on YouTube about different frequencies. And if you have a headache or you have some sort of condition, you just look up the frequencies.
Right. Hmm. Right. Well, part of that is, talking about the 432, the tuning you used to be, what they call concert pitch. When you go to hear a symphony orchestra, the oboe would hit the tuning A, and before, I think it was 1941 or somewhere around there, it used to be that concert A used to be 432 hertz. And 432 hertz mathematically works out to the harmonic frequency. Like, there's a series of overtones. If you hit a note on the piano, it resonates. There's different overtones. And if it's at 432, it hits that overtone series naturally because the mathematical calculations of those frequencies, lines up perfectly with the multiples of 432. And when this changed was the Nazis actually had this changed to 440. And ever since then, they specifically did it to make people uneasy, to change their vibration off of the harmonic frequency and to change it where you're off balance, actually physically off balance, So yeah, the tuning in frequencies makes a big difference in our physical well-being,
Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, everything, right? I mean, the food we eat, the information we consume, it all plays a role, but people underestimate the power of music. So,
Absolutely.
so I
couldn't
agree.
with more.
Yeah. So let's go now into the moral education, because this
Sure.
is the end of slavery, as you mentioned, right?
Yes.
So that means this is really particularly hitting at the root. So what does moral education mean? Let's break this down.
Okay. Well, I think the way I look at it, something Mark said in the natural law seminar, the 8-hour presentation, he said that the 3D physical universe operates according to certain immutable principles. And if that's the case, if the actual physical universe operates according to those principles, why would there not be a correlation in man and the moral principles? There's immutable moral principles that exist as strongly as the physical laws. And I think that, talking about pattern recognition and correlation, I think our job, the first thing in moral education is, people will say, oh, well, there's no such thing as right or wrong, and there's no such thing. We can simply counter them by saying, well, okay, do you believe in gravity? Do you believe in the rising and setting of the sun? All these different things. These are laws that exist in the same way. And we can say, okay, if you believe that these exist, why would it not follow that man has to live according to certain moral laws or principles, designs for living? If, let's say the person's uncomfortable with the term moral because they think Christian or, some kind of repressive, whatever, to say, well, we operate under those same conditions to live, in harmony with nature, that we have to live by similar rules, but in the moral sphere.
Right.
So let's make that correlation, so that people will realize, that this does exist, and it's not, it's all according to your, it's all relative. Because one more thing is that I think that people, when they say, there's no such thing as right or wrong, I think what people do sometimes is they confuse preferences with moral principles. And if we can get people to see the difference between those, I think that's a door into moral education to the average person.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if you're going to end something, an institution like slavery, let's put ourselves in the 1800s and say this is wrong, somebody will say, well, I don't think that's wrong. It's like, oh, well, that's your opinion. But there's an objective effect right there to what's happening to that individual. They're being chained, they're being coerced against their will. Is it fair for them that you get to live your life and not them? Just apply justice in both scenarios. See if it's reciprocal.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point, because it's the idea of do no harm. Let's even take, breaking down natural law. Let's just look at it as, again, to give people a doorway to ask somebody, okay, do you believe in the golden rule? That's pretty much natural law. you know, I mean, on one very surface layer, right? So let's take it as, hey, how would you feel, you know, excuse me, put yourself in that condition of, if we were living back in the, you know, 1850s, and, you know, chattel slavery was going on full force, to say, well, how would you feel if you were chained and not allowed to be free, and that you had to work in a cotton field all day,
Right.
and you had to live in somebody else's house? You didn't even have a name. That person gave you a name. You didn't even have your name. How would you feel? You wouldn't feel very free, would you?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it's a good point. And it's like, put yourself in other people's shoes, do unto others what you want done to you. These are just different ways of putting it. And every culture has basically teach the same principle.
Yep.
I have a whole book called The Tao of Right and Wrong, which goes over quotations from every single culture, pretty much, showing that they all share the similar theme.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so this is a book by Dennis Danielson, Tao of Right and Wrong. It's helpful because it also goes into the school system, and how it, from a young age, it's teaching kids ideas of moral relativism, or the idea that you can't really distinguish the two, and that it's all just inappropriate, appropriate, oh, this is more tolerable, but they don't get clear as to what is right and wrong.
Right.
And so it leaves the kid kind of confused when they come out of school and not really
Right.
knowing. It's very interesting. I like the perspective, and I thank you for sharing that. So, using this as sort of the end to slavery,
Right.
and you helped yourself kind of understand this through morality?
Right. Yes. For me, I would say, like I said, because I have the type of, you know, mental disposition to make these connections and these parallels. It's something that I've always been interested in. It's the way that my mind naturally works. So if I, you know, read a book, I want to know, what books did that person read whose book I'm writing, and where did they get their information?
Right.
And so on and so forth. So I would always try, and I'd say, okay, how did they get their ideas? What influenced them to write in this way? You know, so I would, you know, I always tried to draw connections and draw parallels, and to, again, you know, pattern recognition. That's the big thing for me, you know. So I really kind of pulled myself along in this way. But the thing that I didn't know at the time, I didn't know about how poisonous moral relativism was. I didn't know how deep the indoctrination ran. You know, right when, you know, say I was watching, you know, the Adam Curtis documentary, Century of the Self. It just awakened something, an idea in me, just this little flame. And then I didn't realize how deep, you know, everything went, you know.
Right.
So then I would just dig more, and then I'd see how I started to see more and more how deep all this went, you know, and just kept, you know, making these parallels and making these connections. And, you know, the interesting thing is, it wasn't really until, you know, the nonsense, you know, March 2020 hit, that I really started to see the full impact of all this, and how that was really the thing that, you know, they were waiting for, to put all this into place. And I started to see all the people that I thought were conscious and knew things, you know, like my colleagues in the music industry, you know, people who were supposedly spiritual, you know, who did yoga, went to yoga retreats, to see how many of these people fell for the psyop, you know, and didn't really know these things. So people can have, I think the question maybe to ask ourselves is, okay, there are people who are searching, but why what is it about those people? What knowledge do they not know where they fall for the psyop and we don't, you know?
Yeah.
And how can we bring that particular, let's say, skeleton key to out to those people and to the world in general?
So would you say that is the moral education?
Yes, I absolutely would say it's moral education, because it's a combination of realizing that there's absolute right, there's absolute wrong. Let's take what the definition of a right is. A right is an action that does not result in harm to another sentient being, right? So if that's what a right is, think of the fact that if you went out into did a man in the street interview and you asked people what is a right, how many people would be able to give the definition that I just did?
They'd be all over the place.
Right. They'd be saying, oh, rights come from government, rights are in the
permission, privileges.
Yeah, exactly. So how do we get that information? How do we get them to realize that this is what this is what a right is? And how can you fight for your rights, or how can you even know that your rights are infringed upon if you don't even know what a right is? And that's where the dark occultists have been so crafty, in that they've taken it. You can't fight for something that you don't know what it is, So we have to bring that to people so they can actually know this is my rights, and God damn it, I'm going to fight for them. Right. Like with what's going on with so-called gun control. Even people who are pro-gun, a great majority of them don't realize guns are A, for self-defense, B, they're to protect from tyranny. They're to protect, it's not only physical self-defense, but it's to, before even that, it's to prevent, being well armed is to prevent somebody from coming and chipping away at your rights. You have to be well armed psychically and mentally, as well as with actual physical firearms.
Yeah. I was just going to mention another experiment you can do about that is you can ask people and say, well, do you trust the government? Well, then who's going to take the guns?
Right. Exactly. Right. Or also, if you say, okay, you trust the government, okay, it's not only you're going to trust, like you said, who's going to take the guns and what are they going to do with them? And are they going to protect you in the way that you think they're going to protect you? Because people have this idea, because they themselves are well-intentioned, that the government is equally well-intentioned. And they cannot fathom that the government does not have their best interests at heart. Or if they think that, okay, the government doesn't have their best interests at heart, i.e., that we are going to make the government, that, okay, they're going to infringe upon our rights. Okay, now how deep does that infringing go? It just doesn't go to the fact that they steal 30% of the fruits of our labor through taxation, and that we get taxed at every point. It goes far deeper than that. Look at what happened in the past 2 years, and people don't realize how this connects. They think, the people who believe in the PSYOP think, well, the government's this is just, the CDC or whoever has my best interest in heart. But they don't realize that they not only do they not have their best interests in heart, that they're actively looking to kill them.
Yeah.
You
Our
know,
freedoms are going more away. They're not becoming more abundant.
right,
It's becoming clear.
right. And that's because we don't have the moral education and we're not living. If you're not educated in something, you can't put forth those practices. You can't be moral if you don't know what moral is, you know? So, I mean, some people have an instinct to know, hey, I know not to harm another person. But, you know, I think most people, if you're not a psychopath, have that. But I think the fact of, you know, the fact that people are essentially de facto Satanists, you know, that they're in it for themselves, that they don't realize that their actions, you know, impact how you act impacts upon everybody else. It's not just you.
Hmm. Yeah, so what would you say to the individual who says, "Well, no one's going to listen. If you try to educate people, it's not as impactful as writing something in legislation because people are just never going to listen. They're never going to learn. They're never going to be moral. So that justifies the law." What would you say to that individual?
Well, I'd say, why do you think people are not going to listen? That would be the first thing. What makes you say that? I would ask them why, why do they believe what that, you know, and try to understand that and deconstruct that belief,
Hmm.
you know, because a lot of this is, you know, our impulse is to hit people when we gain a certain amount of knowledge. We want to give that knowledge to people. And sometimes we're like a fire hose, you know, and we just spill it out to them. And they're like, whoa, you know,
Right.
they're like, whoa, that's too much. You're too intense, you know. Just, I think the thing is more asking people and keeping, you know, trying to create a dialogue is a good way to try to get to the root of things and to try to use logic, you know, which is another thing that people don't. There's a big boy coming through here. He is I think that's the thing to understand, is that how can we get to the root of what a person's belief is? You know, why do they think that way? Have a, you know, get some kind of a dialogue, and then to kind of follow it through a logical train of thought where, you know, here's another thing. People are now, you know, they're through public indoctrination, people are not being taught through logic or critical thinking. They're being taught through emotion. You know, everything that's going on now with the whole trans movement and, you know, the guns and everything, you know, you even listen to, you know, some of these radio show hosts, they're all talking emotional. And then people are just parroting what they're hearing, but they're parroting the emotional thing. They're not looking at what's the logical basis for what this person is saying.
Right. It's like I yawn, you yawn, I sneeze, you know, you sneeze. I drink water, you drink water, you know, you laugh, I laugh, you know. It
Right.
we it's kind of a conditioned society. Everybody kind of parrots off of one another. It's not a bad thing. It's because we all are connected. But if we're not conscious of that connection, what's
Yeah.
going to happen? It's like it's like a Wi-Fi signal that's open. Everybody soon is connecting onto your Wi-Fi, and soon all of a sudden you have no internet. You know, it's like
Right. They're all glomming onto it, you know, and everybody gloms onto the same thing. They go to, you know, where a certain kind of energy is, or the loudest voice, or because
the
they
sheep
think,
all jump off the hill.
right, you know, it's lemmings. They're all, you know, they all it, like, I'll give you an example. Like, you know, my wife, before she goes to work, she listens to some of Sirius XM, and we just do that because we like to, you know, kind of hear, you know, what certain people are saying. And it's, you know, we notice that people like, you know, Andy Cohen, or, you know, these people that they have on these certain stations, are pushing the agenda. Like they're all saying, oh, I got my monkeypox vaccine and I just had to go all the way to Queens, but now I'm safe, and they're putting this out to an audience of listeners who go to listen to that person because they have interviews with celebrities, and they're pushing that agenda. So a person who doesn't know is going to listen to them and say, oh, well, Andy Cohen got his monkeypox vaccine, so I should get mine,
Even if they don't say that, it's in their mind because it's somebody they listen to on a day-to-day basis.
And they trust that person because that's their voice, in their car going to work. So we have to combat that and, combat that programming and saying, well, why do you think that's important? Why do you think why do you think this thing is going to protect you? Why do you think this outside agent is better than your own immune system? Just it's simple questions to say, well, why do you think that? Or even like, well, it's really, you just say, wow, they're putting mask mandates back in California, but COVID cases are going down. That's really strange, right? Just even something like that to kind of get them to thinking. And you don't always have to, if it's somebody that you see on a casual basis, then you could do something like that. But I think that our goal is to really get out there and put things out on the airwaves to counter the voices of the CNNs, the Andy Cohens, the Howard Sterns, all these.
Have you had success with educating people in real life, would you say, with people that with this moral education?
Some people, I have to say that at the beginning of all this, I was so outraged at everything, and I didn't really, I wanted to fire hose people,
right?
And that would kind of turn people away. Now I just kind of ask them in the way that I've told you.
Makes sense.
I've asked them in ways of saying, well, why do you think that way? And I think that in that way, on a one-to-one basis, I'm having some degree of success, but I don't think it's the only thing that any of us can do. Like what you're doing is fantastic. Your platform is really growing, and you're putting the content out there, and that's what all of us need to do, because we need to make that voice louder.
Mm-hmm.
The voice of truth, the voice of reason, the voice of true spirituality, the voice of true moral education. All that's really the way to counter all this. But the thing is, I think that what the problem with a lot of people is that, I've noticed I have a core of people that I myself hang out with who know, who are pretty, I hate to use the term awake, but they pretty much know what's up,
Mm-hmm.
But I think certain of these people are almost going into what's called black pilled, and they're feeling like, oh, well, it's all going to shit. Klaus Schwab and those motherfuckers are going to take over anyway. It's only a matter of time. And I'm like, no, I'm saying that's one scenario. It's up to us to do the best that we can in making our voices louder through multiplying, through being out on the airwaves, being this way, more so than I think that, talking to people and being man on the street or other, kind of approaches, I think are important, but they're not as impactful as getting out there. That's why, I'm doing the weekly, roundtable with my friend Mark, and, I'm going to be starting another solo thing. I just put up a BitChute channel I'm going to be starting something in about a week or two. I'm just preparing some material. And I'm just going to talk off the cuff for now, but try to do it in a way where, talking about the pattern recognitions to get people to really think about it in a different way, to try to take the information that I've learned and to get people to think for themselves, to put the information out, but to really think in ways, that we have to do the heavy lifting ourselves. And I think one thing that we have to contend with, Corey, is that we have to contend with the fact that your average person, they go to work, they come home, they're tired. What do? They turn on CNN, or they turn on MSNBC, or they turn on Fox, and they let that wash in, which is really lethal because they're already tired. So their subconscious is open. And TV, talking about music and frequencies, TV operates at a certain frequency band that hits people at the super conscious level. So therefore that stuff is all going straight into them,
Right.
and they're not even, processing it. They're just swallowing it whole psychically.
Yeah. So I think the alternative would be to introduce the moral education, the other forms of knowledge, right? And you
Right.
provided for our audience some resources: Aleister Crowley, Liber Oz,
Right.
Lysander Spooner, No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority,
Right.
Larkin Rose and Lysander Spooner, Do Not Vote, and the Trivium, The Classical Liberal Arts of Grammar, Logic, and Rhetoric.
Right.
I actually have that book as well in book form.
Yeah.
the Trivium.
Yeah, I have that in both forms. The Wooden Books one with the green cover, there, and the Quadrivium volume is also fantastic too. I have that both, hard copy and online. And I think, one thing that we who are putting the information have to realize is that, okay, we didn't come to this point of the knowledge that we currently possess. We didn't come to that all at once. And we've had to combat, decades of programming, from the time we were young people, children, and through our young adulthood and so forth. We've had to combat, being indoctrinated through television, through the, public indoctrination system known as education, and through social mores, so-called social mores are more, that's not really moral education as much as it is the hive mind kind of concept, where people think, oh, well, when something becomes, it's like a fad that becomes really popular. Like, for the early 60s, it was people, growing up with the Beatles, for 50s people, it was Elvis, 60s and 70s, it was various people, Led Zeppelin, and rock people, up through disco and everything, through music, and then through things like, counterculture publications, and, things like that were kind of, really gave people sort of social mores, through, the upcoming generation. And I think the thing is, we have to dispel all of that and get to the foundation of moral education.
Right. And doesn't Led Zeppelin have an album cover that says "Do as Thou Will" from Aleister Crowley?
Yeah. And yes, they do.
They knew some of that. It's quite interesting.
Well, Jimmy Page was a huge acolyte of Aleister Crowley, but he took more of Aleister Crowley's lifestyle as an emulation rather than the core principles of his teachings. And I think many people don't really understand, you find this in even the so-called truth movement. There are people on the supposed right-wing side of this that say, oh, Crowley was a Satanist. He was this, that, or the other thing, or the Kabbalah is evil or Freemasonry is evil. And none of these things are evil in and of themselves. They can be used for positive as well as they can be co-opted by the dark forces as well. And it's our job to de-occult them, to make people see that, Crowley wasn't, it wasn't the Crowley of Diary of a Drug Fiend as much as it was the Crowley of Thelema and Liber Oz. And the fact that, these teachings are so heavily encrypted, as is the Christian Bible. There are people who don't realize how encrypted the Christian Bible is. Like most people, they say, oh, 666. Oh, that's scary. Instead of the fact that it means the three, it's three aspects of man. It even says in the book of Revelations, this is the number of man, not of a man. And 666 only means that the three areas of man, which are embodied as the Trinity, are not at completion. 6 is the number falling short of completion. 7 is the number of completion. 8 is the number of self-realization, and 9 is the number of Godhead. So people don't realize these things, and then you're going to get whole folklores based on the fact of 666. But then that doesn't mean that the dark occultist can't encrypt that signal and put some dark energy into that and make the 666, as a psychic tool towards towards the masses,
And that just shows you that education goes way deeper than we think. It's not just black and white, like, oh, I open up a book and I start reading. Like it's everywhere. Food, it will educate your body too, right? If you eat certain foods, it conditions your body into eating more of that type of food or being more used to it.
Right, exactly. And that's a great point, because so many people who think, like the people who believe in the COVID psyop, they look at, if I just wear a mask and get my shot, I'm going to be fine. But then they're eating McDonald's, 7 days a week, and they're killing themselves slowly. They're cutting off their breathing. They're putting more bacteria in their body through wearing a face diaper.
Their own prescriptions.
Right, exactly. I mean, I read someplace, I think it's that people, I don't know whether it's after 50 or after 40, that they are taking at least 5 prescription medicines or more. And then when you get over 60, I think it's 8 or 9.
Wow. Yeah.
And
the amount of vaccines as well has increased, tripled over just the last 20 years.
Right. But it's more than 20. It's actually 30, because from really, now when I grew up as a young person in the 60s, we only had 3 vaccines. But then after 1986 and the vaccine, the Act of 1986, I forget the exact name of it, but the one that mandated that, vaccine companies are no longer liable for injury.
Right.
Post 1986, I think it was like 1991 that they gradually, the schedule increased. Like 1991, I think they increased to 7 or 10. And then every couple of years, it started ramping up to the point where now I think there's something like 72 vaccines that a person gets up to the age of 18. And I'll say this, I've noticed that, because one of my jobs as a musician was I played for arts education in the New York public schools. And I noticed these kids would come in and they'd have all kinds of allergies and autoimmune disorders and everything. And these kids were vaxxed out the wazoo with just the childhood schedule. These kids, when I was growing up, we never had peanut allergies or anything like that. Now, kids can die if they have peanut allergies because of their autoimmune systems are shot from all these jabs they've been getting.
Yeah. And they're a kid too, so they don't have much education on their hands. It's unfortunate, right? So they get people when they're weak or when they're young, and that's how they become more of a slave. If you're born into a slave family at a really young age, you think you're meant to be a slave. And sort of, we talked about that before. It reminds me of Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the idea that it's like, oh, I like the person who is ruling over me. Oh, I want somebody in that position. So when we talk about moral education, I like to compare it to political education or
Right.
political action. So, and actually, there was a text written in 1803 or in the 1800s by a man named Adin Ballou, and he was an abolitionist and anarchist,
Right.
such as myself, right? I call
Right.
myself an abolitionist as well.
Yeah,
And
I love that designation. That's awesome, man.
yeah, and because it puts the focus on morality, right? So
Right.
he actually wrote a whole text called Moral Power versus Political Power. I'm just going to read a little quote from it if you don't mind.
Please.
Yeah, so it says moral power is putting forth mighty energies to abolish slavery and elevate 4 millions of degraded beings to the rank of manhood. That's, of course, all of us at
Yeah.
this point. It is exerting its multiform influence to regenerate a corrupt public sentiment and to superinduce a will in the people of the United States to let the oppressed go free. Political power hinders and obstructs the progress of this reform by every means possible. It is wedded to slavery and will uphold it till a new public opinion compels it to stand off. So that was him talking about the chattel slavery at the time in the 1800s and how political power was essentially connected, in that in order to free the slaves, you couldn't participate in politics. They didn't do
Right.
voting or anything like that. They educated people. And that's what
Right.
ultimately led up to the end of slavery. They didn't want a war either. The government
Right.
stepped in to act as the victor. And we
Right.
talked about that in the history with other people.
Right.
But it's amazing because Adin Ballou and many others, he was part of the non-resistance society. They were just educating people exactly on what you said, moral education. And that changed the whole public opinion. And from there, because that was changed, everything else was becoming changed.
And is that, I want to write this down. Adin Ballou, is it Belleu?
Ballou.
Ballou.
Yeah, he even actually tried making like little utopias. I mean, you say people might call them utopias, but free towns where
Right.
he worked together with people and said, this is separate from the government towns. We're going to treat people with respect here.
Nice.
Yeah, they did a lot of things in the 1800s that people don't always look at, but they
Right.
worked hard. They really stood their ground and walked the talk. You know, they weren't
Yes.
just saying it. They weren't just pushing a narrative.
Action.
Right. And
No.
they were going as far as pacifism, do no violence at all, not even in
Right.
the case of self-defense, because they wanted to be seen as a moral cause all the way. You know, they don't want
Right.
any contradictions in the morality.
Right.
So, and that's where it's like, okay, well, civil disobedience, Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr., it could be
Right.
helpful if you're in protest or with a lot of people, because if somebody starts something, it's like, oh, he did it, you know?
Right.
So, but in the case of it one-on-one, it might be smarter to use self-defense and to use your best judgment. They actually changed their minds later on. Once the slaves freed themselves from their
Right.
masters, they're like, wow, that's pretty courageous. We can't say that was bad for the slave to do.
Right. Exactly. And the name of the book, just because I want to get this for myself.
Yeah. It's Moral Power versus Political Power. It's an essay. I don't think it's a book, but you can look it up online and you can read
Great.
the whole text.
Right. Versus political.
Yeah, so it kind of goes alongside what we were talking about. And, you know, I refer to mental slavery as statism, right?
Yeah.
So when you gave these resources for our audience, which I recommend everybody checks out, this goes deep into sort of that belief system or understanding the different aspects that consist of that belief system.
Right.
Because that is essentially what you're deconstructing by introducing knowledge, right? Because belief
Yes.
versus knowledge.
Yes. Absolutely. By the way, have you by any chance seen The Anarchists yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. Because that's something I think is a really beautiful thing, even though they're trying to make it into kind of a little bit of a soap opera-ish kind of thing, but just to get the principles of voluntarism out there, and I mean, I might even do, once the series is over, I might even do a whole talk on it, because I think the fact that Larken Rose had some videos out already where he talked about just the fact that this is out on HBO and they're letting people tell the story who are actually in the movement is really pretty amazing, that it's actually got this huge a platform. And I mean, the statists are going nuts about it. All these people are writing articles like trashing this and everything. But I think it's a pretty amazing thing. And I think if it's framed the right way and people take the right lessons from it, I think it could be a really powerful tool.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, we shouldn't be afraid to reach out and find out what opportunities we have to educate people.
I agree. It's important. I mean, I think the thing is, would you agree that it's like we really have to hit this thing on all fronts?
Yes.
And maybe it's not only putting out maybe a long form broadcast, but I noticed one thing that you're doing is you're doing shorts, just like 1 minute blasts, as well. I think that's a fantastic idea too, to just capture people, as well. And, the fact that you're able to exist on YouTube is pretty phenomenal, man. I commend you. That's a wonderful thing to be able to.
You follow the guidelines, if you're going to be on the platform.
Right. But it's you're kind of doing a jujitsu move against them, using the platform subtly to put the message out there. And if people can.
Well, that's a good point, right? I mean, I have nothing against Google. It consists of many individuals. If there's no violence and they're not, a monopoly on violence like they are the government, they're just a corporation, and they're obviously competing, and they have a huge hegemony over all their competing interests. But in a free world, they would have a lot more competition, and they would have less of the ability to do what they're doing. The things that we say are harmful, like censorship. But I will say there's a difference between influence and political power as well, right? Like an influencer, like just somebody speaking their mind and sharing education is different from somebody who's running for office saying, well, in order to change things, you have to vote me in. Like, no, they're not putting the education or the emphasis on the public. They're putting the emphasis on themselves, saying they need to be voted in for their own power, not the power of everybody right now.
Right. Well, here's a point. I think that, let's just take how the average person looks at government, and people think, we were talking earlier about how rights have, most people think rights are granted by an external authority, i.e. the government, right? So if people think this way, maybe another thing to think about is, okay, you think rights are granted by the government. Well, okay, if rights are granted by the government, how come all these years that government has been in existence, how come not only has nothing changed, but how come it's getting even worse? Government is more corrupt. They're not listening to the will of the people. Why is that? If government is supposed to be here for the people, why is it less of a force for the people now if it is in fact that force?
Yeah.
Let's just hit people with logic to say, why do you think that, like Richard Grove says, they just want you to vote harder, and I think that the thing is, maybe to think, people think, well, maybe this time, if we vote these people in, we'll get it right this time. Everybody, it's kind of like, the old Peanuts cartoon with Charlie Brown and Lucy and the football. Charlie Brown keeps running up to the football and Lucy keeps snatching it away at the last minute. And he keeps thinking, maybe this time she won't do it. And he still lands flat on his back every time. You know, that's kind of the analogy for, you know, what government really does. And to get people to really see that, you know, I think maybe the fear is that people don't see what the alternative can be to having no government. Like everybody says, you know, this is one thing my father said, is he said, well, if there was no government, there would be anarchy in the streets, you know. It'd be like communism or something, you know. And, you know, so many people have this idea of anarchy where they think it's like Antifa, you know, the black masks and, you know, throwing the Molotov cocktails and
as if they have no control over it themselves.
Right, right, exactly. So I think maybe a part of it is to say that's not what real anarchy is. Anarchy, it does not, you know, it's like in math class, they had the equal sign with the line drawn through it, you know, for not equal to. It would be like anarchy does not equal chaos, you know? So to get people to really understand that, you know, but, you know, there's been so much programming in popular television series or the news that, you know, not that, you know, we're fighting some embedded notions, but I think the idea is to say, take the word, and means without, and archon, you know, masters, you know. So without masters, you know.
Right. And people can't define these simple definitions, again, because the lack of knowledge or education, and that's what we're here to do. You know, we're here to educate people, so it's okay. You know, this is why we're here. We're humanity. We help each other out. We're not just here sitting on the guidelines going with the flow.
Absolutely.
We're here to introduce what people haven't heard, what isn't being told to them. And therefore they can make up their own minds from there. We're not telling people what to think. We're helping them in how to think, their own judgment, you know, a perspective you've never heard before, so you can have more perspective on your worldview. And so I would like to conclude with a final question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
How long were you a statist, or an individual who believed in the legitimacy of government? If that's I like to ask people that question.
Wow.
Do you see, and how did you get out of that? And do you see any actions that independent media can take as a whole?
Yeah.
I know these are big questions, but
they are big questions, but I'll try to answer them point by point. Well, how long I've been a statist? Well, okay, I was in 1972. I was 14 years old, and I worked on George McGovern's presidential campaign at 14. And I remember that I always, you know, I felt, you know, always through the years, you know, I always thought, so we'll say from before I was 14 up until, you know, 6 years ago, really, because there was a point that I became more and more, I'll just tell you very quickly what happened to me was I grew up, because my father was very conservative. I became more of a liberal, and I became more radicalized through the years, where I was a full-on socialist in, you know, my 20s, 30s, and 40s. And then I started to see kind of that there was something really, I don't know what it was exactly, but I started to see that kind of the thing that I was talking about, that, you know, it always seemed like there was corruption. It always seemed like there was some kind of entity, no matter what, you know, whether it was capitalism, communism, you know, Fidel Castro, you know, communist Russia. I saw that, and I started to think twice about being a leftist. You know, I always considered myself really progressive, but, you know, I think it wasn't until I started listening to Mark and Larkin Rose, you know, people like Keith Knight, and I listened to, you know, Ron Paul really kind of got me. I'll tell you what the thing was that turned me around. The thing that turned me around was a very simple logical precept, was that it didn't matter where the source, who was the source, or what side the source was on. It mattered if somebody was speaking truth. And I remember hearing some things with Ron Paul and saying, wow, he makes a hell of a lot more sense to me than, the Democratic Socialists of America, right? And then I started listening, but then I heard Ron Paul, they said, oh, well, there were some racist emails. And right away I was like, oh, that doesn't sound good. And I just kept, but then something in me said, but wait a minute, he's saying these things that are really true. So maybe I can just take what he says that's true and forget about the other things, which, by the way, the racist emails were some kind of a PSYOP setup. So the point is that I could take that little bit of truth, and then I started to do more and more research, and I listened to thinkers on the so-called right and so-called left. And I found the more I listened to people, the more I looked for the truth of the message. And then I started to dislodge from being right or left. And the libertarian thing made more and more sense to me. And I kept going, but I said, well, wait a minute. If this much government is bad, then who's to say that this 20% that they still need is still good? So I kept going, and then I started reading more Lysander Spooner, right, and more of the anarchists, and also the American Transcendentalists. And I started, I read Malcolm X.
They're abolitionists as well, the Transcendentalists.
Right, exactly. And I started reading letters of John Brown. I started reading Malcolm X, and I started reading these people who did not benefit from the American system, and I started to see more and more people, like, I think Malcolm X really isn't given his due. People don't see how far outside of the system he existed. And when he divorced himself from the Nation of Islam, he really started to open up then. And I looked at the logic and the truth actually in some of the things that Malcolm X said. And I started to see more and more that, hey, I'm really digging what Malcolm X is saying, but I'm also digging what Ron Paul said. Right. So wait a minute. So that means that this whole right-left thing is kind of bullshit. Mm-hmm. And then I started to dig even further, and I got to the point, once I started reading Lysander Spooner and Larkin Rose and people like that, I was done.
Right.
I was done with
What percent of slavery is not slavery?
There you go.
0%.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I appreciate you for joining us and sharing everything. And my final question was, is there any actions you'd like to see in independent media? Is there actions that aren't being done in independent media? That
Absolutely.
would be my final question.
Yes, I would say be very, very careful about not being discerning in how you put information out. Remember, I talked earlier about people who said, oh, Crowley, I don't want to know anything about him. He's a Satanist. But then he had some of the most exalted writings in Liber Oz, which is why I picked that, because it's one page. And it's the thing that everybody uses that's so misunderstood. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love under will. People do not understand. Do what thou wilt means do the will of creation. It doesn't mean do what you want. And he even says it in his writings. It doesn't mean do anything you want. But so many people, like I said, on the right, they'll just condemn Crowley. They'll condemn all these people instead of saying, well, wait a minute, there's some truth in what this guy's saying, and we can't categorize it so black and white.
Right.
I would say, be more discerning, do more research. Don't just take something that plays into maybe some prejudices that you don't even know that you still have. You know, really, you know, we mentioned shadow work really briefly. I think this is an essential component. People have to do shadow work. They have to really deal with their shit, you know, and really deal with their personal shit, because until you get a handle on the shadow side of yourself, you're not going to be a good vessel for, you know, disseminating truth. So I would say just use discernment, have, you know, examine your shadow side. Don't be afraid to always destroy your belief system. You know, we have to keep knocking our belief system down, and the learning just keeps going on. We have to keep knocking down our belief systems and burning out the vestiges of any beliefs that we still have that we may not even know that we have.
Right.
You know?
I would love to see more of that in independent media. I'll tell you that. I mean, you know, we can be that change. We can be that independent media, but there's a lot of independent media out there that still focuses on news and other things. And this is powerful. This is important. And a lot of other speakers have talked about this. So if anybody wants to hear any more speakers like this and download your resources, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for joining me, Jim. I appreciate it. Jim Cost, could you share any links or all your channels?
Okay, right now I have a BitChute channel. I think it's Jim Cost 2018 2018. You can search for me there. I just have one video up right now. I'm also doing a weekly roundtable discussion with my friend Mark Tassi. He has a channel on BitChute called Tassi TV, Tassi TV. And I'm going to be putting more stuff up on my BitChute channel, you know, starting in the next 2 weeks. And, you know, I'll be doing the weekly podcast until then. And I'm just going to ramp up the stuff. I'll also be publishing some writings as well. I'm putting together a WordPress site. You know, I'm just going to have some musings. But right now, I think I'm going to be concentrating mostly in the speaking domain, more so. And, you know, I just plan to grow. I've also, you know, I do have an album out. It's called Stone Church. It's with the drummer G. Calvin Weston, who's played with Ornette Coleman and John Zorn and all these amazing people. That's on Rope-A-Dope Records, and it's on iTunes, Bandcamp, all the major platforms as well. And, you know, my plan is to just put out more content. And for right now, BitChute and Mark Tassi TV and more to come.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. Keep up the great work. I applaud you doing what you're doing. And I encourage anybody else listening to this to also take action on your behalf, and let us inspire you to hopefully take some action. And like he said, though, do the shadow work. Make sure you know what you're putting out there, and but don't be afraid. You know, be courageous. Check out all the other talks. I think this is all very powerful information. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
All right. Good stuff. Okay, we have some people in the chat that have entered since the last talk and the last time I was interrupting here. We got Found Consciousness, we got Tommy, and we got some others as well. Before, you guys were having a bunch of conversations. We got the Missionaries of the New Love Revolution. What an interesting name. And we got a bunch of other people too. But welcome anyone who is listening, and some people who aren't commenting for sure. Welcome, and thank you for listening and checking out all the resources. I know you guys are having all sorts of juicy conversations about all sorts of things. It may be modern manifestations, it might be symptoms of what's currently going on in the world, but let me remind you that what we're trying to target here with this summit is trying to get to the roots. And the roots is something that is universal and timeless. It requires our own personal understanding and inquiry into the world. Not to say that we shouldn't talk about the symptoms. I'm glad you guys are having those talks. But it's to say, don't forget the roots. And there's a lot more to come, especially for this live stream. Usually I do about 2 interviews a day, plus extra videos, depending on what all the different interviews are. Beans, you don't feel so good. Why is that, man? Share with the class if you want to. Only if you want to. But hope you feel better. Either way, next interview is about schooling. So maybe some of you guys are interested about this, maybe some of you are not. But nonetheless, it is helpful because I ask questions such as, well, if I wanted to create my own curriculum, what do I do? How do I help other people who are, in that situation, parents, what do they do? What resources do they use? It's good, valuable knowledge because we need to definitely have an emphasis on the future generation. So that is something that we cannot forget, is parenting and conscious parenting, and with parenting comes education, and education comes schooling, right? So real schooling would be that personal relationship you have with your own family. And frankly, that you can say is the most natural way to learn as we grow up in this world, but some people don't have that structure, and a lot of people, and this is why we're here for each other, and we can create that ourselves. Just because you didn't have it growing up yourself doesn't mean you can't create it for the future and help that manifest in other people. Be the change. Change has to happen one way or another. It requires us getting out of our boxes. So let's hop right into the next one. And this is a former school teacher, over 30 years, I believe. A lot of experience on a lot of different topics. All right.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelat. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with Connie, a very special friend of mine who has a lot of energy, who's very happy and energetic all the time, which I really appreciate because the world could use more of that energy. She's laughing right now why I said that, but she's got a lot of skills and expertise, especially in the schooling system, which we can get into. Everything from survival skills to the arts, which we've talked about before, her and myself, theater and everything like that, how we can raise children properly, nutrition, brain challenges, and physical activity, and unschooling, not just homeschooling and self-directed learning. It's a very important topic that not a lot of people tend to look at, but like at a very young age, it's very important we look at that young age because they're going to grow up into the world and they're going to bring with them so many great ideas and many actions that if we are not aware of what those actions are doing, we might create a world scenario that we may not want. So we have to be conscious and we have to have conscious parenting, essentially. So Connie, how about you introduce that whole spiel to us and introduce a bit about yourself?
Oh, hello, everyone. Hello. I am energetic. I don't know why, but I work with children a lot. I work with children and I work in theater, so I work with fantasy. And then I work with reality with children. So you dance between reality and fantasy, and it just somehow keeps your energy going. And because it is such a, the whole child, working with the whole child, it's very exciting, and they're wonderful children and young adults and teens, and they're all wonderful. Well, some would say, oh, the challenges with teens. Well, if you like them, they like you. You really need to love what you're doing. So I have been doing it since the age of 12. I was in my father's day camp in Los Angeles. He had a wonderful day camp called Swim and Sun Day Camp, and I was a counselor at 12. So I got a lot of responsibility. I worked with children then and just have loved it ever since. And Corey mentioned self-directed learning, and that is a lot of what happens with homeschooling, although it also happens in the classroom, in the government schools, private schools, and so on. There's all sorts of learning that takes place. Concept-based, group-based, cooperative learning, interactive, all sorts of types of learning. But most students are active or kinesthetic, visual, verbal learners. They're not auditory learners. They can't really sit and just take in information and just sit there for long periods of time. And it seems to me that that's still going on in our government schools. So that changes once you start homeschooling, because you have so much opportunity to let's get up and let's act this out, or let's get up and let's explore outside, or you've got to get those children moving. They were not meant to be sitting long periods. I'm supposed to talk about, I believe, what I do, and also so many things. But right now, I'm not teaching. I haven't taught for 2 years because I refuse to mask and I refuse to vax and all that. So I haven't really gotten a lot of work, and yet I'm in a state that is I would say it's not the most free state in the world. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about the state I'm in. State of confusion. But I have not taught. I have not acted because the theaters in my state are demanding a vax
Wow.
ID to audition for a show.
My gosh.
Highly professional to the community theater. So I will have to start my own group, my own theater group called the Pure Blood Players or something. I don't know what I'll call them. But those of us that don't believe in that sort of thing, and we want to keep our temple as it is without infringement, you know what's going on. Everyone knows. So I'm still not out of practice. I have 30 years of, maybe more, maybe 40 years of experience as a teacher and a camp counselor, which is a blast. All kids should go to camp at least once. It's really so fun. And I had wonderful summers as a young girl. And my dad had the camp for about 10 years. And then I started working in other camps in the High Sierras because I was raised in Southern California. And I had experience with camps on the coast and interior as well. Fun stuff. But then in the government schools, I was there many, many years as a drama teacher, speech teacher, English teacher, 10th grade English, as well as 5th and 6th. I taught at the elementary level, the middle school level, the high school level, all over a district that I had tenure in. And I don't believe in tenure actually, but it's still going on. I believe that teachers, if they like the Finnish model in Finland, I believe in hiring great teachers off the top, which in Finland, that's the Finland model. And that's a whole different discussion, Corey, on what Finland does, because real quickly, they don't expect children to read until the age of 8, and they give them a lot of room to move, a lot of creativity,
Wow.
freedom, and it's a little bit Waldorfian in that way. If people know what Waldorf is, there's a lot of freedom there, but with license, you have to pull them back. I've been called in to help to what is the word? Give the theater group at a Waldorf school some discipline because they were just bouncing off the walls, because I think the Waldorf teacher she hadn't had that instruction, how to engage them without yelling, of course, how to engage kids visually and make them excited about what they're doing so they don't act up and, change the rehearsal so that you're rehearsing, I don't know, Rent instead of Music Man. So, you have to motivate them, you have to engage them. And that's what a lot of teachers in our government schools don't do. They say, here's the book, there's the worksheet, get busy. When in fact, there's all kinds of colorful physical things you can do to get them into a lesson and get them excited about, like Lexington and Concord. I had some kids just throwing marshmallows at each other. They got to have one when they were all done. But instead of bullets, they were throwing marshmallows. And they always remembered the Lexington Concord, marshmallow fight, which it really wasn't. It was a, battle between the red coats and the Minutemen, or, the factions that were fighting. Now we're not sure we even know the truth about what's happened. We're going to find out more as time goes on. So you have to get them physically involved. And so I've been doing that. I'm also a theater director and an actress. And so I believe in being physical on stage, and also I love comedy of wit, where you're working with words. I love words. I'm a writing teacher. So all these things are in every student, and you have to expand them. When you see that a student is doing something amazing, you need to encourage them and really just observe that, catch that, and then get them moving on that. Because my brother was an artist as a young man, and his teachers did not see it. I saw it.
Wow.
But now he's a plumber and he's struggling a bit. And that could have been a huge creative outlet for him had someone caught that. You got to
Yeah.
really, even though you're given 30 students, you really have to catch what their talents are and really help them, push them forward. So as I say, right now I'm kind of helping a family out in the country and in a particular area and getting the house ready for possible, I don't know, anything that could happen. We don't really know. It's a time of uncertainty. And so I have a lot of homestead skills and I believe in that. And that's the lost ways. That's what we have to relearn,
Right.
and foraging and herbs and, regular remedies that are not pharmaceutical. I'm studying a lot of different things. So I'm getting this family ready, and then I'll maybe go to another family and help them get ready. I just
Oh,
like to
wow.
get people prepped, and
That's
ready
great.
for whatever. So they feel,
Yeah.
because I'm not working as a teacher or an actress right now in this particular.
Yeah. Well, you're still teaching, you're still doing something, and that's what matters. And I feel like everybody could be a teacher, right? Like, or at least teach somebody in some regards. Everybody should be, because everybody has something to share.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And all parents can be homeschool teachers, all parents. I mean,
Yeah.
whether they are plumbers or, motel maids or whatever, they can teach their children because the curriculum is out there. You look at it, you get a few little instructions on how to do it. Because I really do believe, Corey, that no children should be in government schools until they're reformed, until there is major reform. And we've been pushing for it. Teachers have been pushing for it for years, for decades. And we keep getting stopped by the administration. And why is
Yeah.
that? I mean, we go into a whole discussion. Why is the administration stopping reform? Because they want efficiency and they get paid for every little bottom that's in every little seat. And they want to keep that going. And if we make our classroom smaller with 12 to 16 students, which is the ideal, then their money will diminish. I really don't know. I remember one principal would sit in his office and just do budgets all day. So you
Hmm.
could see where his head was at. And I had another principal in a government school who would run around with his squirt gun on Fridays and squirt the teachers in the classroom in our
What?
last part of the day, he'd give us a squirt at the door and the kids would just love it. And it would just be a riot. It's very, very undignified, but the kids had a light feeling when they left the school. And, there's all the principal sets the tone, for the school. So what I'm saying is there's so much reform needed. It's got to
Yeah.
happen rather quickly, or I think that the enrollment coming up in the fall is going to be really cut in half. I really feel like it's going to be cut in half. And I say more power to it. There's so much good curriculum that's not difficult for any parent who it just takes 4 hours a day, maybe 3 or 4 hours a day, and then hire a teacher, perhaps a teacher like me who's out there and put a pod together in your neighborhood and maybe 3 or 4, 5 hours a day in different homes of each child. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities and all sorts of resources out there. You just have to hunt for them.
Yeah, and like a lot of topics that you just mentioned, like just now, like natural medicine, sort of prepping, morality, asking questions. I mean, these are things I don't see in the school system. And like you said, like everywhere, because I've met with like Moms for Liberty and different groups around the country who are trying to change the school system. They realize the whole system is corrupt. It's not even like one level, it's like all of it. And it's like, how much are they battling until they just have to say, well, let's just take our kids out and make our own? Because isn't that the more natural way to learn in the first place, is to have a localized, more individualized type of learning?
Well, we've seen, you could drive by them. They're these huge bunkers called high schools and middle schools. And there's a big giant cement bunker, and they've got 3,000 in some of these high schools, which it only should be
Wow.
200 in every school, 200 to 300 in every school, so that students get to know each other. Because I've seen so many students alone, eating lunch alone at the high school level. And I always talk to them and I say, and they're all just kind of, they haven't made their friends yet. They haven't found their little clique or whatever. And you go from many cliques. I was in many cliques when I was in school. So, but that's because it was so big. You want to feel like you belong, and it's too big. It's not easy. So, it's a craft. It's a talent. It's an art form. Good teaching, and it's a calling. You cannot just say, "Oh, I'm going to make a whole lot of money as a teacher." It's a calling, Corey. Same as nursing is a calling, because you've got a lot of nurses who should not be in there. No offense, we need every nurse we can get, I guess. So what I'm saying is that yeah, these schools are too big, and it's got to be it's too much of a factory. It's that same factory feel that people have been getting in the hospitals lately. that it's a factory.
Mm.
And you get that now in the high schools. And where I am, there was a lot of posters on the walls that had to do with LGBT and immigration. And I
Yeah.
see the usual posters with the heroes of supposed heroes of our world. I didn't see those anymore. It was very, very different. Things changed
Yeah.
in the last 10 years, so that I did get in trouble with my particular district for telling the children the truth about a particular political figure. They kept asking me. I was subbing at the time, and I got into trouble with that. And I went into what's called a Loudermill meeting, where I was, told not to do this anymore. And, but I said I was just telling the truth, and they didn't like that at all. And so I had two of those, and then I just resigned, because the Loudermill kind of says, you better shape up or we're going to fire you. You don't want that. You want to resign if you're going to have to be
So
intimidated.
how long were you teaching, for people who don't know, because I don't think you mentioned like how many years you've been doing this and trying your best?
About 30 years, let's see, 26 years, full-time, part-time to full-time. It fluctuated because I had a child, but 26 years, 10th grade English, theater arts and English, 6th through 11th grade, and then some 5th and 6th as well, maybe a year or two of that with social studies and English. So it's about 26, but all in all about 35 years, because I'm a theater specialist and I go into schools as a visiting artist. And I also teach for the Parks Department, for YMCA, and for different venues. And I can also create my own classes by getting a space and opening a performing arts conservatory. I mean, there's all possibilities if you keep your mind open and creative toward that. So
Interesting.
yeah.
I would like to get into teaching myself. I mean, I don't know how to get involved. It's like, if you don't have a degree, it's like, well, can you really teach?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I'm
can
teaching
get a space.
online, kind of.
No, well, Corey, you can get a space, any space, and sometimes I will go first to venues that look safe and interesting, and then I'll go to churches, and there'll be rooms in there, and you just see what their rental is. Churches charge very little per hour compared to other venues, and they will look at your credentials. They will say, well, what background do you have? And you'll tell them that, what your background is, which is probably a good background. And they will say, well, sounds good. You've worked with children. Or if you don't want to start that way, if you haven't worked with children enough, then you can assist someone doing that by asking around. And I guess I've never assisted, so I don't know to ask, but you would ask someone like me who's creating a class somewhere, who actually is working with children, and say, can I assist in some way? I'd like to get some more experience. And then once you do that, a couple sessions, you're ready to roll with your own classes. You can set your price. I'm going into the business end of working for Parks Department, but it's usually a 60-40 split. You get the 60, or actually nowadays it's 70-30 split. You get the 70, and you'll get 5 or 8. You'll need about 8 to 10 students for the energy that you need. You don't want to have just 2 or 3 students. So you'll say my minimum is 8, my maximum is 25, and after 25, you'll get an assistant, a high school person, a college person, or someone to assist. And then it goes from there, and you can design, you write up a proposal for anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks of classes, whatever. I have a proposal for a performing arts class that is toward creating public speakers, so that I use theater games and speech exercises and games to create good public speaking people who like to speak. And that does require performance. And so I would say there's anything's possible, anything. And that's what I tell kids, that you are what you think you are. I say that sometimes a couple times a day. And you can create anything if you are motivated and pushed enough and self-motivated. I just never say that, you better accept your lot in life. I heard somebody say that to a little girl. Yeah, I hope you accept your lot in life. Anything's possible. You can never accept your lot in life. There is none. There's too many possibilities. So I'm also positive teaching and positive education, but I don't like the impersonal aspect of the government schools and the fact that we're not sure we're getting curriculum that is absolutely truthful. Some of these books and some of these textbooks are written by questionable groups. They're not all Harcourt, and we're not sure Harcourt is a great publisher and tells the truth. I mean, we're really finding out a lot of new information now. So you want to have control over that as a parent and teach virtues. And by the way, they do teach some virtues at the elementary level, but they kind of stop after that. And kids really need them in the middle school to remind them about being kind and understanding. And
Right.
I
Oh, but
mean, not
it's too simple. It's too common. Like, no.
but we don't want to be so tolerant that we're tolerating anything. Like,
Right.
I mean, okay, so if you're, I was in an improv class where, now I know this is controversial, Corey, but a guy walked in. It was obviously a guy, and his name was Cheryl. And he told the instructor, who was a very experienced improvisational teacher, "I'm Cheryl," and the teacher said, "Okay, that's fine." And we started to get into it, and it was hard for me to take the class. I finally left a little bit early because I just felt like we're supposed to be telling the truth here as actors on stage, and it's not happening over here with Cheryl because, well, Cheryl is not normally a guy's name, and this is obviously a guy. And so that whole tranny thing was beginning. This was about 7 or 8 years ago, that whole total acceptance and PC acceptance of whatever. And we just can't, it's not in our genes or something to accept fraud. And once we accept that fraud, we can accept the fraud from the government, the fraud from the schools.
You're saying, like, if our nature is questioned, then everything's that question. I see what you're saying.
And I like George Carlin saying we have to question everything because
Yes.
where's the evidence? And I study law. I study law a lot the last 6 years, and I need evidence. And and there's a biological difference thing going on that's still there. So that's a whole other discussion. But we want to teach kids to question and to ask
Yes.
polite questions, and even how to talk to police officers politely, but with questions that are important. I teach kids how to talk to cops. I got in trouble one day for that in middle school. I was subbing, but I was just passing the time and telling them to be polite. But I do think it's extremely important, and so important that parents should do it themselves unless they feel they really can't and their heart's not in it. And they can hire someone like myself to come in and do a pod for a neighborhood. Or there's probably parochial schools. Private schools have been infiltrated a little bit with the same indoctrination I'm finding. So I'm finding some private schools are like government schools, but they're not as big, they're smaller classes.
Yeah.
But we have to pay attention to each and every student, and they've each got a story that's really deep and all encompassing. And how do we do that? And with all that we're supposed to do psychologically, we're supposed to be their counselor and also line up perfect lessons and also get ready for the next 2 weeks and then talk to the parents. And I had one parent at a very wealthy high school emailing me every day, "How's my student doing? How's my student?" And I said, "Well, it's only just the first couple of weeks. Just let's give it a little time." And I was very patient with 5 parents that were emailing me every day at one of these high-end high schools. And things turned out well, but other teachers might not have been, that patient. But it is a pressure cooker, because I did have students just thank me all over the place for not giving them a final at one school in Southern California, in a very wealthy area. They said, "Oh, now I can study for my French and I can study for my Latin test." And I said, "You guys have been tested every 6 weeks all along. I'm not going to give you a final." And boy, did I get it from the administration. They said, "Thank you. You can not come back next year. Thank you." So, I was a little out of the scope.
Yeah, but you're listening to the students. I mean, you're actually looking at what they want, what they need. I mean, and you're a teacher, right? I mean, is the administration, are they teachers necessarily, or?
Not always.
Yeah.
No. The kids were so grateful, and yet I was seen by the administration as not doing my job and that sort of thing. But the kids were tested. They don't need a final. I don't think anybody should take finals. I mean, I think they should be tested every 6 weeks, and because we retain a lot, but we don't retain an entire year or at least a half a year. So it wasn't realistic. It wasn't logical.
So, and I know you mentioned before, it's like, and I think I like the idea of, teaching how to think rather than what to think. But, there's that creativity in school, which I think should be there, right? Like you said, kind of invoking that creativity out of the student or out of the child, the inner child, if you will. The schools that I am accustomed to, that I've seen, look like prisons, and I don't think that's normal. I feel like that within itself could be creative. You know, there's a lot of things that can change. Like even if they were talking about former presidents or whatever in history, even that to me is not enough, because I think creativity is important, the most important when it comes to learning, or at least, you know, getting those more spiritual principles in, such as, you know, independence and freedom, which of course I think the number one thing that I see in the school system is obedience, and a lot of people see this. I don't think I'm the only one. You know, stay in line, do what you're told, and I don't know if that's supposed to be the right
No, not
model
even
for
in
teaching.
elementary. I don't even think that should happen in elementary school, because I see them all walking with their hands behind their backs, and they're, you know, because I've subbed at the elementary level, and they're walking down the hall and they're all well behaved. But they will be well behaved if you treat them well, you give them some freedom, and yet with some responsibility, and that they're excited to go where they're going, and maybe a little bit of reward once in a while. I'm not big on the reward thing, because it kills the innate love that we have for something sometimes with too much reward. But yeah, there's too much of that. And I have also told children, please don't even ask me if you need to go to the bathroom. Just give me the high sign that you're going and go. And I expect you to come back in a couple of minutes. And they usually do come back in a couple of minutes, but they always say, can I go to the bathroom? I don't want anybody asking me if they can go to the bathroom. I'm so different that way. Just, you know, or they take some at the high school level, they give them a whole, some of these teachers would give them the ring on the potty, you know, the potty ring that's on, and to carry that down the hall. So to be sure that they'll come back. I mean, it's just all wrong. There's a lot of things wrong. And so the right people have to sit around and do some real brainstorming. But we run up against a wall with, as you know, these boards of education and administrators. And the teachers could take the administrative part. I do believe a teacher would, if he or she had a period free, could take the administrative side and do some of the paperwork and whatnot for that period. I mean, we could. We don't need to have as many high-paid administrators, very high-paid. And you know, when you offer a lot of money for something, like look at our doctors right now. We have a lot of doctors, very high-paid, and they went into it for the money. And what's it brought us? It's brought us people who shouldn't be in it. So there's that issue going on, but
Good point.
teachers could take over the administration of a school if it was a smaller school. It can't be a 3,000 kid school anymore. We can't have those
Yeah.
entries.
So if you don't mind me asking, because I think there's some people who might be genuinely curious, including myself, if you know, I'm going to have kids in my future or what have you, or at least, you know, I would hope, to be honest. I don't know. Like in today's world, like people are like, I don't want to have kids, but like that doesn't really help the situation, because, you know, you kind of need to have kids if you're going to continue this world and spread the ideas. But anyways,
Yeah.
but anyways, if let's say a parent is curious and they're like, yeah, I want to homeschool, but where do I start? Like you said, there's resources they can research. Do you have any like specific resources that you can recommend to parents?
Well, there is this one, well, you know, Dr. Pam Popper, she has a good website for Make America Free Again that has a whole section where you can go to look up various curriculum, and some of it might be Christian oriented, some might be non-Christian or not non-Christian, but whatever that would be called, or without that particular biblical, you know, deal. I'm not highly religious. I just think
Right.
God is nature, and you know, that's to me. Babies and animals, it's all nature and God. So I have many. I'm Jewish and pagan, and so I think that parents can. All they have to do is type it in, do a little bit of research. There used to be the Robinson curriculum, and I was about to buy that. That was only $250. It was out of on the West Coast near Santa Cruz. There was a gentleman, Mr. or Dr. Robinson. It was mostly it was Christian oriented, but it was very inexpensive, and it was his research on, and that doesn't seem like $250 would not be the total. That would probably be a couple of levels. So there is some money involved, but there's a lot of free curriculum, a lot that is accurate and good free curriculum, but you have to look for it. I don't have one source to go to. There's so many.
Yeah.
So it takes some research, inexpensive curriculum at the middle school level, and look for that and see what comes up and start reading about it. It does take some legwork, or hire a teacher to do that for you. I worked with a family out in farther country than this, and they wanted me to put she was 10th grade. They wanted me to get the curriculum. I did that. I did the research. The curriculum came in the mail. We looked at it. We got started. I was with her for several months with doing the learning, but she really needed more socialization. So I got her involved in, she needed some other students around her. So
Right.
she got into dance, and then she got into some martial arts. She got into gymnastics, so that it was a real holistic,
Oh,
fun
nice.
experience. Because she was on her own. Had she had brothers or sisters with her, it might have been a little more fun to do the learning. It's always fun, but some other kids around is good. And also some other extracurricular things, you need to also get those together. But it's not expensive, and it just takes time, and it takes being motivated to give your child the best education possible. Or you can hire someone to do it. So all
You
of
can
it's
hire someone? So
you
like,
can hire a teacher, who knows what she's doing, and you can hire her through, oh gosh, you can put an ad on Craigslist, put an ad in the neighbor. I think it's called Nextdoor. Nextdoor is another means to find people who know other people. Gosh, you can go to the colleges and call up the Department of Education at UC Berkeley and say, who just graduated? Or, can you just give them my number? I'm looking for a young teacher to work with my child in a homeschool situation. I will pay
wow.
them so much. And just there's so much. It's all possible. But parents that put their child into the government schools this fall, are taking a big, big risk, because we really don't know. There are a lot of teachers that got in that were told they could push their agenda and they could get everything paid for as far as their education if they push this particular agenda, which is, what it is, and they would get through, and they would have a $30,000 to $45,000 as the average to start as a teacher. Now that would attract some people who are like gung-ho for their agenda, but it's not working with kids, with young people, and it's not interest in social studies and writing and math and science. It's a whole different wrong way to go. But this is what the particular groups that I'm alluding to have done. And so you're taking a big risk, especially at the elementary level, because they are introducing in several states at the kindergarten level, how to do this sexually at the kindergarten level. Absolute insanity is happening. And if you don't see it, I'm so sorry, but your child will be impacted and possibly emotionally traumatized. And I know it will be bad for them. So I think all parents should pull their children and then give the government schools a lesson that we're not interested in your baloney anymore. And we want something that's really going to help our children to thrive and have classical education. I mean, that's a whole other discussion. Classical education involves philosophy and humanities. And I mean,
Yeah, the trivium.
there's all sorts of ways you can learn.
Yeah.
And they have chosen they got infiltrated, basically. I think the unions, as well as the unions, got infiltrated by certain groups. That's what I'm seeing. And so, all we can do is wait and see, and keep urging parents to get involved, to know what their child is.
Yeah. Well, like, it helps us in so many ways for people to localize and make homeschools, not just to take the money out of the centralized system of slavery, but to create freedom in so many aspects of health and awareness. It's just across the board. You see, it's so helpful for people that this is such an important aspect you can't leave out. There's so many parents that I talk to, and they'll say, "Well, oh, I'll put them in the school system, but when they come home, I'll make sure to give them, my perspective and to share with them." And I'm like, okay, I mean, you're kind of giving them a filter, but it doesn't help to have like an influence that is not going to be helpful for them. But then they're like, "Well, because I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time to do homeschooling to help them, and because they have to work, and now like both parents are working in the household, it's not just one parent." So it's a little tricky.
It is very tricky. It's very tricky, and they're right in all that they say, because it's from the heart, I'm sure. But 3 hours a day from the parent, I don't think that's a lot to ask. 3 hours, and then maybe hire someone to do another 3 hours a day,
That's
or
right.
get involved in a pod,
That's
or
true.
go to a magnet school, or they have different names, but go to just look around your area and see what you can find, and or create it with other parents, because you
That's what I
really have
said to my mom. I said to my mom, I was like, no, because I was talking to her about the other moms and what they are doing with their children, right? And I'm like this is your child. Don't you want your child to like be the best, like to always be with you, have like time? Like, why would you not want to educate your own child? Like,
you're
to
very
me, it just feels like you have to do that because it's natural. Like in the wild or in nature, like you wouldn't like leave your child with some
My daughter, yeah,
strangers.
yes. I regret that I was too busy teaching and directing to do that with my daughter. I really do. She's a nurse now, but there is some alienation there, and I'm sure it is because of not having that bonding part. That you're bonded when you give birth to a beautiful child, and there's a bonding that will always be there that not everybody can see, but it's there. But I didn't bond enough as a teacher to my child. I really should have done that, and I didn't have to work. Really, I could have really just worked very, very part-time. And I did work part-time a lot of years and spend a lot of time with her. Oh yeah, a lot of time. But it seems like it wasn't enough, So you are correct. That builds a huge bond when you teach them. And I was with one family in Florida. She was teaching her 13-year-old daughter while I was doing some housekeeping and cooking for the family. But they got into it once in a while. They would argue, the 13-year-old and the fully grown mom. They would not big knockdown fights, but they would, discuss in a heated way sometimes. And then they would fix it and they would patch it. And that's what you have to learn too, is how to get through discussions and have disagreements and learn how to get along and come to a
Yeah. It's probably
cooperative.
easier if you start really early on rather than like take your kid out of the school system abruptly, and it's got
Yeah.
to be more
Although,
transitioning.
although I would say do it anyway. I would say even if it's abrupt, right now is so strange that even if it's abrupt, just do it, because
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel hesitant about that, because you can, and they'll love it. They go, "What? I don't have to go to school?" So a lot of kids going, "You mean you're going to be my teacher? Oh man, that's going to be so easy. You're such a pushover." You'll say, "No, we'll have a set of curriculum. You'll have a schedule to follow," and you get very serious about it. This is your future, dear, and I'm doing the best for you. The parents probably could be coached, and like Pam Popper has a whole consultant group that will coach parents on getting through that discussion and
Yeah,
saying this.
parents have to learn too how to parent. It's not just the child that has to learn how to learn. The parent has to learn how to parent. Like usually when something bad happens, it's like, well, where are the parents? Well, what did the parents
Exactly.
do? That's what I question often.
We were being thrown some Waldorf kids that were really, really rebels, like not rebels, like, they really didn't follow, they didn't want to follow anybody's direction. They were teens, and I was working, this was up the coast a ways, and they just were going to do whatever they wanted to do because their parents had given up on them. So, let's throw them into Waldorf and they'll figure it out. Well, the woman that was running the program was going crazy, was going in, she
Yeah.
says, "I've had enough of this stress. I'm about to just stop the program." And she had about 100 students, but she would have stopped it for the teen part, because we were getting a lot of troubled kids whose parents had given up and they needed to go somewhere else. I don't know. That's why we need schools that are sports schools, performing arts schools, wood shop, metal shop schools, vocational schools. We need that kind of range. We've got it a little bit at the high school and middle school level. We've got some of those classes, but those are the kind of schools that some of these kids need, because they need to do something that they find interesting, which is not sitting long periods of time and writing essays. It could be, creating beautiful wood sculptures, or getting
Yeah.
into the performing arts to just express themselves, and then maybe go to academics, have academics half the day, and creativity the other half of the day.
I
But it
don't know
shouldn't
how
be
bad it is now, but when I was in high school, I mean, I had to read a book about abortions, and I didn't want to read that book.
what? I never heard
Yeah,
of that. I
I
never heard of that.
I know, and then the author ended up having a bunch of problems. I found out. I'm like, oh, well, why is this author getting allowed in our book in our schools? I'm like, okay, well, that was just me in high
I think
school,
it's
and
the
that was
wrong
like
choice. Yeah, it was
That was
wrong
in
term.
2017 or whatever. My teacher's like, well, we have options, and this is like the best option I had to pick.
That's the best option because he or she could pick something else. I was given a book that had a whole chapter devoted to Islam, and they wanted me to spend probably weeks on that. I spent an hour. And then I had another chapter in that same social studies book on all the other religions. The teacher chooses. Once you close the door, you can't just do your agenda, any old agenda, but you can pick and choose what would be interesting to the students, what's important for them. And I always said to the students, ask me why I'm teaching you this. Ask me why, because you need to know why. And I wouldn't want to teach you anything that you didn't need to know. And that's not many teachers will want to do that. They're on a schedule. They're on a
Right.
narrow. Not everybody. There's fantastic teachers out there, fantastic, but they are a minority, I'm afraid. So, being creative, getting those students moving, those are the two things that I always tell teachers that are starting out. Just get them up, moving once in a while. Do not, in fact, I think it is in the Finland model is a 20 minutes of learning, 40 minutes of learning, and then 20 minutes of recess. So every time you do a 40 minute or 30 minute segment of learning, then they need to get up and do something. Our kids get maybe 2.5 to 3 recesses a day, whereas they should get 5 or 6. That's the Finland model. And it really, the students look forward to going to school more, and they're not sitting as long. There's a lot to learn from other countries too.
I think the main reason why kids like to go to school for the most part is just the social aspect of it, of meeting other kids, and then the rest is like not really that great for them. But it's mostly that, like, oh, I have friends, there's people I can see. But I think that can be filled in through other voids, absolutely. And because you don't want to like poison the water with a drop of poison. I mean, you want the water to be fresh, and you want it to all be nurturing for the child. You don't want to have some parts poisonous and some parts not.
And you notice why middle school kids are a little bit burned out, because they are, they're sitting more perhaps. The elementary students have stations to go to.
That's
they
true.
move around in the classroom. They go to more artists. They go to more music. They go to, and
That's true.
you can't expect those middle school kids when
I
they're
like
going
that,
to
yeah.
these,
I still
huge
remember
changes.
my days of doing that. I mean, I thought that was pretty fun, going room to room and different
Yeah, why did you
abilities.
have to change at the middle school level or the high school level? It shouldn't change.
Right.
The students want to do all sorts of different things, and so that it's been a factory in my view. I got into it because I was schooled. I got my secondary degree at UC Berkeley, and I thought, oh, this is an intelligent group of this is a smart school, and they'll get me into the government schools. That's a smart thing to do. In fact, I should have gotten either a Montessori degree or a Waldorf degree, or just an entrepreneur, opened a school myself, because I had a lot of teaching background before I went to college. So, they sold us a bill of goods at the government teacher level. And I really resent that, because there's so much more that we could have done, and so
Yeah.
much more that we should have known.
When
So,
I use the internet a lot to my benefit, being in this new day and age where there's the internet to research. The only problem is in the past couple of years, the censorship has gotten worse. And, if I was starting to notice some weird things toward the end of my high school, I wonder how bad it is now. I really feel bad. Like, there was something inside me that was like, man, I really want to get this information out to the kids that are in the schools, just to be like, hey, check this out when you're older, look into it in the future or something, somehow. But I didn't know, I still don't know how. I don't know how to bring this information to them. I mean, you're saying to me that you can't even become a teacher now without having certain requirements. Like, that is just, it's crazy to me, because it's like, are these kids ever going to understand what's being done to them, or have any decision factor at all? Like, is there any way I can educate them outside of that without the internet, because of all the censorship? Like, is the internet the only way I can reach their minds?
no, you can be there with them. Well, you can't. I mean, are you tutoring? Are you saying you're tutoring on the internet once in a while?
Well,
You,
I'm saying, like, they have to do research to find me, of course, or find
yeah,
anyone. But
they, yeah.
like, is there a way, to I don't know, just talk to the students locally, the college system. I seen the colleges and they're like, you can't come on campus unless you're a student. I'm like, okay. I'm like, could you create a club? They're like, you can't create a club unless you're a student. And it's like, you can't become a student if you don't have this. It's like, how hard is it to just get a word out, or try to start something with people your age? It's
Yeah,
tricky.
it's not easy. You say it's tricky, but I just say it's too challenging. It's
It
not
shouldn't
easy.
be like that, should it?
It should not be, but there's some dug in institutions, things are dug in. I think the bigger your world gets, well, it's too big. The world is too big. I believe in villages and communities and homesteads and
Me too.
smaller. I don't believe in these gigantic institutions. And college, I like college. It was stimulating and fun. I went to about 4 or 5 of them. I just enjoyed myself. But I didn't hear any professors telling me that I needed to think one way or the other. I just didn't sit in with those professors. That I don't know. I guess I just got lucky. I saw a lot of professors that didn't know what they were doing. And, I was in a psychodrama class and somebody was spilling their guts. And then the psychodrama teacher should have stepped in and said, no, you cannot attack this person while they're exposing their entire heart and soul. There's all kinds of classes and all kinds of psychology. And I mean, there's so much to be done. All I can say is there's so much to be done, so much to experience. But if you want to reach people and reach students, I'm a marketing person for shows for children. So, I put up flyers and I go to newspapers and then I go
Yeah.
to Craigslist and Nextdoor and Facebook, and yet Facebook is CIA run or something. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go there.
But you're
So,
doing your best. That's all that matters. Yeah.
you're looking for venues where, and then talk to people, and then, it's easier if you're in a smaller town or big cities. I don't know how you reach everybody that you want. You just have to get on the internet and look around, and just it takes time. And then finally, Eureka, you found 5 or 6 venues where you can reach people, and clubs where you can tap in, and somebody else tells you about something else. And it's it sounds like you're trying to get a group together of some kind that has to do with learning. Is that what you're
Yeah, I
trying to do?
mean, I am finding that. You're right. I mean, just by networking and meeting people, that is happening. I'm just sort of manifesting it by talking about it more with you right now.
Right,
Because
right,
I
right.
want to make it a reality, and like you
Is
said,
it a school?
it
What's
surprises
it?
me because when I do meet people, yeah, it's like there's scenarios where it's like, wow, it is coming together, and I didn't expect it, but it's
Would you,
because, I reached out. Um,
would you like to start a school? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. I
A
think
school of, I'm just wondering what the school of what?
of natural law, of the trivium, the old classical stuff that you were mentioning. I really like that.
Mhm.
And really just I want critical thinking. I want questions and questioning our nature.
It's a
Um,
Socratic view. Your Socratic view of teaching is to ask questions. That's Socratic learning. Yeah.
yeah, I really like that approach. I mean, because it just works in conversations with people too.
Mhm.
So I see it everywhere. Um, I want to ask you another question because this comes on to a lot of people's minds. Social media. Some people will be like, social media is like the evil of existence. It's what turns the kids into, the devil or something. I don't know. But the
I don't
social
know.
media is very dangerous. But can parents do something about social media?
Oh, well, I have never, you see, my daughter she grew up when it was just beginning. She had uh, space, what was it called? Space something, MySpace.
MySpace, yeah.
She had MySpace, and there was all this talking trash on MySpace. I found out years later, though. I found it years later, and I went, oh my gosh, no wonder she had a rough time at that particular time. She was talking trash to everybody, and then she was on gaming. She was doing gaming until 4 in the morning, and there's that whole controversy about gaming. And so all this, and this is all societal's offerings to young people, ways for them to communicate, but also ways for them to get hurt by others. I remember her crying over some kids insulting her when she was gaming, and I said, "Honey, they're out in cyberspace. You'll never see them. They're not even people." So had I not allowed her to do gaming or MySpace, would she be a happier young woman, or would she be angry at me that I was cutting her off from
Yeah.
society's offerings of communication? The parents have to make the decision themselves if they're going to take that computer and say, you're using it 2 hours a day and that's tops. And they have to really lay down the law. I see little ones with phones in their hands. They're 3 years old and they've got a phone, or a 7-year-old I saw with a phone. And I just shake my head. I just don't think it's wise, because they will get so hooked into, I need that fix of entertainment real fast right now. I need it because it has soothed them in the past. Or, here, take this phone, don't cry, take the phone. And a lot of things are being learned right now with children, some children. But then there are a whole set of parents that are focusing on, their particular faith and beliefs, which could be the Christian faith perhaps, and they're putting them in youth groups where students get to talk with each other about their problems. And I really believe in the youth group thing, and parents giving children some sort of spiritual or nature-oriented spiritual. I believe in that. Just giving them a foundation in that, so that they,
Because then they can
really
like look
walk
at
in.
both worlds. Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally feel you. Like, because then they could be like, oh, well, here's the social media. It's not as fulfilling as the real life. I have a real interaction here. It's more valuable than this thing that's online. I feel like it's better not to like say, well, don't do that. Like, don't go online, don't play games, because if a parent is that demanding, well, then the kid will never really face the reality of the world and how people can be mean, how people can say things online. That is just part of our reality. That being said, it's not like the child has to like succumb to that fate where they just get bullied all the time and have no support. Because as long as you're there, like you just did with your child, and you're like, it's okay, they're just online, they don't matter. My mom did the same thing with me because I was gaming till like 4
Oh,
a.m.
really? Oh, you
Yeah.
too, huh? Okay.
It probably happens with a lot of people. And at least the MySpace culture back then was more less PC, because there were
Mhm.
people that's doing
Yes, you see
things
that.
whatever they wanted. That's people actually miss it because of that. But anyways,
But
like
then
that type of
you need
freedom
a
teaches
foundation.
you.
But they need a foundation, Corey. They need a strong
Right.
spiritual
That's what
foundation. If
matters.
they're just thrown into MySpace and Facebook and gaming without a spiritual base of, okay, why is nature so amazing, and why does it keep going? It must be real, and it must be what we are supposed to be doing, and we are nature, and they need to have that base, something. So, because when I walk in the forest, I'm home again, and I'm by the ocean, I'm home again, and
Yeah.
I go and sit at a screen, I'm not home, but I'm getting done that I think I need to get done. But that's real. That nature, we're right in the middle of a forest here. That's real to me, and that's freedom. And it's not free to be locked into being manipulated by a screen and by people who come at you with this and that, and they're selling you.
Right.
That's why we need a media class and a law class in our high schools. We used to have a media class long ago, 20, 30 years ago. They took
Really.
it out, but kids need to know the fear that's being put into them
A
in
media
to
class.
buy, media class, the fear that's imposed upon them to buy things. And then you can look at the fear that is imposed upon you in government, and the fear that is thrown at you from
That's
law
true.
enforcement. Common law, you know what that is. That's harm, do no harm, and as well as no harm to property, no property damage, no human harm to human or animals. And that's common law. But all the statutes and codes, they are just made up by a bunch of guys sitting around deciding to do that. That's really all the statutes and codes are. And so you don't have to follow those really, because you're not harming anyone. You run a red light and you get a ticket for it, but you didn't harm anyone. I mean, I'm sorry, but I sound a little radical here, but nobody got harmed when you ran that red light. But if they give you a ticket, I guess you'll not run many red lights in the future, and that'll teach you. I guess that's what they're trying to do, or they're trying to make
Yeah.
red.
But that's called
So,
utilitarian morality, which means like the means justifies the ends. So like,
oh,
oh well, we can stop someone to prevent this future thing, but it's not really
maybe.
like we know.
Yeah, maybe. We don't know. Like,
But
I
then you
love
can make a justification for anything and say, well, we need this for that, and it's like, do we really? you know,
it's just a bunch of guys sitting around deciding stuff.
for everyone
But
else, yeah.
natural law is always in place. It's always just do no harm. And I put it on the board when I sub, and I don't have to talk about respect, because I say, do no harm, and then we're okay. And you don't have to spend an hour on respect because people don't understand respect, because you have to build respect over time.
You know what's
I
funny?
think.
In my school in third grade, I think, or around there, there was a thing on top of my door, my teacher's door, and it said the golden rule. It was there every single day, and on top of the door, it was just the golden rule. It stood right next to the flag, so like every day we basically had to look at it. And it really stuck with me. Like I still have a vision of what it looks like in my head because it was there every day when I went into school.
And it said, do no harm, or it said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Or do unto others before they do unto you. No. Make a joke about it.
Yeah.
No, golden rule. That's what we need to live by, because if people did, I think we'd have a lot less problems. But we're basically good people. Most people are good people. Like Anna Frank said, I think most people are really good at heart. And yet we have these others that are not right in the head. And people have to know that that's out there. And that's another issue that children should study, or what they will be forced to study coming up, is the evil aspect of human beings. And it has to be talked about, because we haven't talked about it, and now it's gotten so out of control. It's got to be.
I feel like it's an
dealt with.
imbalance. Like that's a really big point that you just mentioned, because like what happens is, like, for example, they'll watch Disney and over fantasize about things, and then the real world hits them, and all of a sudden now they just think all of that is fake. It's all just no imagination. Now just become an atheist. It's like, or they're exposed to like a heavy dose of religion, and then they're like, oh well, that's all BS. So now I should become atheist. Like they turn to different extremes because of their life experiences, when it doesn't have to be that way.
No, it doesn't. I don't think they should close down Disney World. I used to work at Disneyland a couple of years. I was Alice in Wonderland, Corey. I worked a summer as Alice, and I had a blast. But I mean, I don't want them to close down, because it gives so much happiness to people, even though some of the staff members are not right in the head. I just don't think they should close down the whole happy place just because of these weirdos that are in the company,
Yeah.
So, but I don't think
and it's the same thing with like traditions or holidays, right? Like Christmas, like, people will say, well, these are based on faiths and things we don't know who exist. But like, so what does it matter if it doesn't harm us, if it's allowing us to look at a greater worldview? And, it's up to individuals. We just don't want, we just don't want people being imposed upon, right? And I think this is my last question, if you don't mind me asking you, like, that whole idea of statism, which I think you're aware of, this belief in authority, or that human beings have like this vested authority. One day, do you think this will ever get to people? Because that's the goal of this summit that we have, is to kind of bring these ideas to light that people have never really questioned before, and just get them in the conversation, to say the very least. Do you think that maybe, there'll be a time where kids are questioning authority, but they're not rebelling against authority, because when it comes to questioning authority, it's like either the kid is super obedient and follows orders, or they're like super rebellious. But no, again, like there's no middle ground, where the kid has self-direction and recognizes that there's influencers who don't have authority, but they influence their lives and they own themselves, but they're supposed to work together.
Well, it's not hard to figure out that there are people with virtues that you want to follow, because you respect that they are good virtues, that they're kind and they're not harming others. And it's not difficult to figure out when someone is following an unethical order, which you're not supposed to do in the military. They call it something else, but you just don't follow an unethical order which harms others. That's not hard. And you can figure out who you're going to respect and look up to and listen to. And then you're not going to listen to the one that's harming others. I mean, isn't that logic and good thinking? So we have leaders that are like Stalin, who's getting rid of the whole population of the Ukraine way back in the 50s. And we're going to listen to this guy after he, kept food from all those people? No. But we're going to listen to Martin Luther King, because he led people, towards civil rights in 1964, our Civil Rights Act, which you don't discriminate against others, especially those who are unvaxxed and not masked. You don't discriminate against
Well,
those
also,
people.
like, but also, like, Martin Luther
No,
King wasn't seeking power. Like, he was influencing people. He was making motivational speeches. You know, Stalin was over here with his armed gang of people, and they're like,
exactly.
follow
Yeah.
orders or else. And
But
it's like a
look at
totally.
how powerful. Look at how powerful Martin Luther King was because they shot him because the
Mm,
CIA made sure he was gone.
the
He
truth
was
speaks
very
louder.
powerful, but in a very beautiful, respectful way. And so, you know, and they even admitted to it. Actually, his wife, Corinne, she made there was a whole trial, and the government admitted that they had assassinated him. I don't know if you know about that. It's very little
No.
known, but it's out there, and they admitted to it, and she got a particular amount of award for, you know, what is it, punitive damages or whatever, loss of a great man, but lives forever. The whole idea of his, you know, civil rights for all lives
Civil
forever.
disobedience. Yeah.
And that can be, and that's acceptable if you're not harming anyone. But these other people that were burning, you know, buildings all over your area too, I think there was a lot of burnings. That's harm. That's harm to property. That's property damage and harm to human beings. And so, you know, it's not difficult for children to figure out who to respect and who to listen to and who not to, and turn tail and go, you know, because I did see a little guy really kicking a police officer. He's about 6 years old. It was on a little TikTok deal, but he was kicking him, and the fellow who was commentator said, "Where are the parents? Where are the parents?" Because they had taught this little boy that you don't respect police, and some police are brutal, some are not. You know, so parents do need to reel their children in and not teach them some things like hate all policemen or hate all government officials or hate. You know, the parents also have to do some learning. It's not just our children we have to teach. Some parents have to be taught that
Yeah.
there is a difference between ethical people and totally unethical following orders people. And there's
Yeah.
plenty of, you know, there's plenty of the others. So
Right. And the way I look at it is like beneath that badge, beneath that uniform, it's a human being. And if they don't respect me as a human being, then yes, I'm going to say all cops are bad. But that's as a cop. But as a human being, I'm not going to say they're bad because they're just living a different experience in life. But the problem is, as a cop, it's like you are presuming a certain role. So, you know, my position could be seen as extreme, but yet am I extreme to say they're just a human being and that they're just like everyone else? And it's funny to me that you say like kids can understand harm. I feel like most adults can't even understand harm sometimes.
oh, I guess I'm looking at children a different way than adults. I didn't even think of adults, but you're right. You're right about that. They don't recognize it. But they didn't have a great upbringing. Perhaps they missed a lot of learning along the way too. And they maybe they were in these government schools. I don't really know, but you know, everybody needs to learn. Everybody needs to learn every day. There's something new to learn every day,
Right.
and you can't ever cut yourself off to learning, but some people do. But we keep trying, and teachers, we keep hoping and trying. But my future is that I will open a performing arts school, or I'll open a theater, or I'll do something that is you know, a wonderful experience for children and adults and for everyone. That's just my kind of thing. I'll do it eventually. Right now, I'm just kind of hunkering down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do believe in absolute freedom. If there was no freedom, I've experienced absolute no freedom, and I won't even talk about that. But I've experienced it. It's just horrible. And so, you know, it was slavery. And so freedom is everything. And so is nature. So I think you maybe
Thank you.
could change the title of your channel. Freedom and nature is the answer.
No, nature includes freedom. Nature includes
That's
everything.
right. That's right. I think so too, you know.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's
You really
great talking.
encapsulate the message very well, and I appreciate you for that. I just want to say that real quick, because you know it's
Sure.
something. It's like it goes overlooked often. Like, oh, nature, it's this thing. It's like, no, to me, it's very powerful. And it's probably the most powerful thing ever. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it's the answer. So,
Yeah, it
um,
is. Yeah, it's good
thank
to
you.
talk to you, Troy.
Yeah,
Good to talk
thank
to
you
you.
so much
Great.
for joining us. We were around 1 hour or so, so I appreciate it.
Sure.
And if
Sure.
you have any other resources, please feel free to share with everybody. I encourage everybody. Do you have any links or any resources that you want people to follow your work at or anything in
Oh,
particular?
well, mine is just 3Ws.the drama school, and it's just some of the things that I go anywhere and teach my classes anywhere in the world, and so it's just a little humble site. I haven't really developed it very much, but that I don't have curriculum to send people. they have to do their own discovery and their own whatever they think is right for their child. Because maybe they won't be academically heavy. Maybe they'll do they have science heavy information because their child is interested in that. Maybe they'll be math heavy. Maybe it'll be all acting for a while and singing, and maybe then next week they'll do academics. I mean, that's the freedom of curriculum and of having your own school with your child. Yeah.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Well, thank you. You shared a lot of great resources. I recommend everybody checks out a lot of things that you talked about. And I think I'd like the fact that we kind of mentioned Martin Luther King Jr. And, I would like to say that, I haven't made a video really dedicated to them, but there's a lot of individuals throughout history that deserve the recognition for their bravery and their disobedience that was very peaceful as well. Gandhi,
Yes, we're finding out.
Bob Marley as well, right? And there's a lot of people, and they also happen to get targeted, but they really taught people, they inspired the cultures, they changed a lot, and that just shows you how powerful education can be through many different means, like music and art and a lot of things we talked about. So
and that's your emotional intelligence as well as your IQ. Emotional intelligence is a really big topic too. That's huge. But there's other people that are going to come out, Corey, that we've never heard of that have been suppressed. More heroes are going to surface. You will see. So
great.
good to talk to you, and
Thank
have
you.
a lovely evening, day, week. Okay.
Thank you
Good to
very
talk to you.
much. Thank you. Everybody, if you want to see a lot more talks like this and a lot more speakers, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
Good stuff. All right. Well, that is the 3 interviews for today, but it's not over. We have some pretty darn cool videos to show in case you have not seen them yet. These are pretty darn awesome, in my opinion. Before I get into that and an intro a little bit about it, I want to know what's new. I'll show myself on camera again. I probably look different from the last time I was on camera. What's up? How's it going? I'm wearing yellow, and it makes me look kind of strange, but whatever. Let's say it's gold. Let's say it's voluntarism. Let's say it's, I don't know. But either way, gosh, it changes the lighting so stinking much. Makes everything look darker. Okay, interesting. I never wear yellow usually. This is the only yellow shirt I got, which is kind of sad, to be honest. I probably should have more yellow. I mean, considering the fact everybody's obsessed with the yellow and black, and when it comes to voluntarism, which is the whole idea, by the way, in case you don't know, that you want a world based on voluntary interaction, no coercion. Either way, let's go back to the videos. Here we have an interesting one. Look at that. This is an animation. This is done by Graham Wright. Now, one of the speakers we have for the summit, he created this animation, and he created several other animations, and some people may not be familiar with who he is. Do you guys know who he is? He goes by the name Man Against the State. And these animations are fairly simple, but very powerful, because you do an animation like this, you get quite a lot of views, even though it's a very simple concept. I don't know how to do animations, but I will say, based on what I've seen, animations work really well in the algorithms. People like to see animations. I like to see animations for sure. But he did say that it takes a long time to make this, even though as simple as it looks, it took him a while. And he doesn't look forward to making more, even though he created a lot of great ones, and it's pretty much given him hundreds of thousands of views. He's a great guy. I recommend checking out his interview. It will come up soon. We talk about economy and everything, how everything works in a free world, in case you're curious. This is one of his videos, and there's 2 parts to it. They're both fairly short, and then we have another video to show after that. So if you're staying tuned and you haven't seen this, I recommend checking it out. Let's go.
Hey, an alien! Yes, I've travelled across space to check on the progress of your species. Cool. Shall I take you to our leader? Your what? Our leader, the guy in charge.
The guy in charge of what?
Well, in charge of everything.
You have one guy in charge of everything?
No, he's in charge of government.
What is government?
Well, government makes the rules for us. It tells us what we can do and what we can't do.
So is government really smart? They come up with wise rules for you to follow?
Well, mostly. But some of its rules are really stupid.
Do you disregard those rules?
No, we have to follow the rules, even if they are stupid or we disagree with them. Government punishes anyone who disobeys the rules.
So you are slaves to government?
No, it's not like that at all. Government works for us, the people. It serves us. We're the boss.
It tells you what to do, and it punishes you with violence if you disobey it, and yet you're its boss?
Yeah.
But there are some things government does that you don't like.
Well, yeah, not everything government does is popular, like spending on wars, for example.
What is a war?
It's when government basically spends the people's money on weapons and soldiers and then sends them over to the other side of the world to kill a bunch of people over there and destroy their country. I don't like it that government does this.
Well, I can see why you might not like that. Have you humans reached the stage where you generally consider stealing, enslaving, and killing each other to be bad things?
Oh yeah, we know that. Don't steal, don't attack, don't assault.
But you give money to government and they use it to kill people.
Well, yeah. But government does good things with tax money as well.
Why don't you stop paying for the things you don't like and only pay for the good things it does?
No, we can't do that. You can't just decide to stop paying taxes because the rules say that everyone has to pay taxes.
But the rules come from government though, don't they?
Yeah.
So government made a rule which says that everyone has to pay them money. So everyone pays taxes because if they didn't, government would punish them using violence?
Well, yes, but most people don't mind paying taxes. Most people feel obligated to pay taxes and obey government laws because it's for the good of society. Society needs government, and that means we all have to pay taxes.
So just to make sure I've got this straight, government makes the rules and you feel obligated to follow the rules, even the ones you don't like, and it tells you what to do and threatens to punish you if you don't do what it says, and it uses some of the money that it's taken from you using threats of violence to pay for things you don't like and actually think are immoral, like mass murder.
Yeah, but we can ask it to please tell us to do smart things, and please don't take our money and use it to kill people. We're allowed to ask them to tell us to do what we want them to tell us to do.
Are you guys just scared of this thing? Is government some huge monster that can just squish you at any moment if you disobey?
No, government isn't a monster.
Well, what is it then? Could you draw me a picture of it?
Government isn't really the sort of thing you can draw a picture of.
Maybe you could take me to it. Where is government?
You mean the building?
Government is a building.
No, but the politicians who make up the government have buildings they work from.
So government is a group of these politicians?
Yeah.
Okay, so what species are these politicians?
Well, they're human.
Like you?
Yeah.
So politicians are humans and they're government. You're a human, but you're not government.
No.
So it's the politicians, they're the ones that boss the rest of you around and make you do things you don't want to do and take your money using threats of violence. But even though you're all humans, you're not allowed to boss them around and take their money?
No, they'd put us in a cage if we did that. But look, it's not like the politicians can just do whatever they want. Like, a politician can't just come up to me on the street and make me give him money. They can't do that. Politicians can only do things like that in their job, when they're working for government.
Oh, so politicians aren't government, they just work for government.
Yeah.
Okay, so government isn't a monster, and it isn't a building, and it's not politicians, it's something else. And it employs politicians, who are just regular humans, who get to order everyone else around and take their money. How does a regular human become a politician?
Well, that's the great thing about our government. It's a democracy, and that means that the people actually have the power, because we get to decide who among us get to be the politicians. We get to vote. And if a politician starts doing things we don't like, we can just replace him with someone else at the next election.
So the people that get chosen to be politicians only get to boss people around and take their money for a short time, and then they go back to being regular humans?
Exactly.
That sounds like a powerful position to be in. But if you get to choose who does that, I assume that politicians are always the wisest, most honest, caring and respected people among you.
Well, no, not really. I wouldn't say politicians are known for being honest, or wise, or caring. And they're certainly not the most respected people among us. Come to think of it, most politicians are lying, power-hungry crooks.
The ones you chose?
Yeah, they're always doing things we don't like. They use taxpayers' money to enrich themselves and their friends, and they never keep their promises to voters. They've been caught stealing and lying and taking bribes, and they mostly do what the big corporations want. Yeah, they're always doing stuff like that. They're completely corrupt. They're a bunch of lying crooks.
But you said that most humans know that stealing and beating each other up and killing are wrong. And you said that you have the power because you can change who's in charge. So why don't you just replace the lying, thieving, murderous, crooked politicians with some regular people?
Well, we don't try to elect lying crooks. It just always turns out that way. But we have to have a government because some humans are nasty and might kill or enslave or steal. Civilization just couldn't survive without government.
Let me get this straight. Because you're worried about the small number of nasty people that are willing to kill, enslave and steal, you think it's necessary for your survival to have a system where some humans among you, for a short while, get to call themselves the government, and they get to order everyone else around like slaves and, if they want, commit mass murder overseas, using money they stole using threats of violence. Politicians get to kill, enslave and steal, because if they didn't, someone else might. And you try to elect good, honest people to be politicians, but what happens every time is that the people you elect turn out to be corrupt, evil, lying crooks. That's your system.
Yeah, that's pretty much government.
Tell me more about your leaders. Who is the current leader of your species, and where are they leading you?
All right, so that was part one. Now this is part two. All right, so that was part one. Now this is part two. This one goes over. So the first one, by the way, is titled "Government Explained." Okay, that's literally the title of the video. This one is going over the magical piece of paper. I love these a lot.
We don't have just one leader for the whole planet. The world is divided into countries, and each country has a leader of its own and a government of its own.
You don't have one government that rules the whole planet?
No, this planet is really big, and there are billions of people on it. The world is divided up because people in different places want different kinds of leaders and governments.
How many countries are there?
A couple of hundred, I think.
So there are millions of people per country?
Yes, or hundreds of millions in some of them.
And all the people in a country live under one single government?
There can be layers of government, but there's only one government in each country. That's how it works.
But you can have multiple governments on the same planet?
Yes, and it's better that way. If you had a single government for the whole planet and it turned tyrannical, there'd be nowhere to escape to and no one to oppose it. And I wouldn't want to be ruled by a bunch of people living thousands of miles away on the other side of the planet. It's better having government more local, because then it's more accountable.
How far is it from here to where the rulers of this country live?
The capital of this country is hundreds of miles from here.
So you don't want to be ruled by a bunch of people living thousands of miles away, but you don't mind being ruled by a bunch of people living hundreds of miles away.
That's just how it is, I guess.
Why don't you and your neighbours set up your own country here, so you can keep a close eye on what the individuals acting as your government are doing?
I don't think our government would allow us to do that.
So you have these countries, some big and some small, and the individuals living in each country separately choose which people are going to be their politicians and act as government of that country.
Yes, although not everyone is lucky enough to live in a country where we get to choose our leaders. A lot of countries have kings or dictators or warlords running their government. People in undemocratic countries don't get to choose their leaders.
So you consider yourself lucky because you live under a democratic government, where you, along with millions of other people, get to vote, and whoever gets the highest number of votes becomes leader of the government, the gang that tells you what to do and robs you.
Yes, but there's more to it than that. Democracy isn't the only thing that's great about the government of this country. In fact, democracy itself is not an ideal system at all, everyone knows that. With a pure democracy, the majority rules, because the politicians do whatever the majority of people want them to do, and this can be a problem for minorities. We know this. The real reason why we're lucky in this country is that our government is not a pure democracy, but a republic. With a republic, minority rights are protected against the tyranny of the majority.
How?
Our rights are listed in our constitution, the document that established our government. It lays out how government is supposed to work. It says what government is allowed to do and what it isn't allowed to do.
What does it say government is allowed to do?
Government is allowed to collect taxes for things like national defence.
Hold on. The Constitution says that government is allowed to collect taxes. So it says that the individuals who are acting as government are allowed to rob everyone else using threats of violence.
Yeah, but only to do good things.
Where did the Constitution come from?
It was written by the founders of this country, the people who first set up the government.
The first politicians of the country.
Yes.
So a bunch of regular people just got together and wrote on a piece of paper that they're allowed to rob everyone else, as long as they call themselves government and call their robbery taxation. Then because they have this special piece of paper, everyone just sits back and lets these guys rob them?
You're missing the point. The founders wrote the Constitution to restrain government. They made sure there was a separation of powers, so there were checks and balances in the system. They did this to strictly limit the power, size and scope of government. They made a list of things the government can do and must do, and everything else the government can't do. They even wrote about specific things that the government can't do, like violating the inalienable rights of the people to life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay, but I don't see why the piece of paper is so important. I mean, hypothetically, what if the majority of the people want government to do something that the Constitution says government shouldn't do? Couldn't the people vote in politicians who promise to do it for them, regardless of what the Constitution says? How does having your rights listed on an old document help protect your rights today?
Well, if the politicians who get voted in want to pass unconstitutional legislation, then the third branch of government, the judicial, will step in and not let the legislation pass. The founders recognised the problem of democracy, so they gave us a Supreme Court, and their role is to check whether legislation is constitutional or not.
But the Supreme Court is itself part of the government.
Yes, politicians get voted into positions in the executive and legislative branches, but the judicial branch is made up of judges. So if a majority supports the government violating the rights of a minority, the judges of the Supreme Court simply won't let it happen.
Are these Supreme Court judges just regular humans?
Yes.
So how does a regular human become a Supreme Court judge?
They are appointed.
By who?
The politicians.
But then, what is to stop the democratically elected politicians just appointing judges who will allow their popular but unconstitutional legislation to pass?
Well, they just aren't allowed to do that.
By who?
By the Constitution.
The piece of paper?
Yes, I admit it's not a perfect system. I suppose what you're saying could happen.
Does the government of this country, which you consider yourself lucky to live under, ever do things its own constitution explicitly forbids?
Yeah, a lot of things actually. The government is a lot bigger now than it was when the Constitution was written. The politicians pay lip service to the Constitution, but they trample over our rights anyway.
What about the Supreme Court?
I guess that system hasn't worked very well lately. Government does pass unconstitutional laws all the time. The separation of powers worked for a while, though. It's not a bad system.
Powers were separate? I thought you said that the powers were all in branches of the same government.
Well, yes. The branches of government are totally independent and separate from each other, except that they're all part of the same organisation and all funded by taxation.
So when you said the system had checks and balances in it, you meant that the government would check itself and balance itself.
That was the idea.
So let me get this straight. A long time ago, a small bunch of regular humans had a meeting and created a document called a constitution that said that they can rob everyone else, millions of people, using threats of violence to make everyone obey their rules and commands. But so that the masses of the people would let them get away with this robbery and slavery, that small bunch also promised in the same document that there were some things the government would never do, and they described a way to structure government so as to restrain it. But over time, the promises have proven to be worthless, the restraints have proven to be useless, and government has grown significantly in size, power and scope, violating more and more of the rights of the people. It sounds to me that if the Constitution was written to constrain government, then it's been a complete failure.
Well, the real problem is that people just don't believe in the Constitution anymore. The Constitution only works when people know what it says and why it's important. If people just knew that, then they wouldn't vote for politicians who violate it. An informed populace, that's the only way to really restrain government.
Wait, you said you feel lucky because this country is a republic, not a democracy, and a republic has these supposed checks and balances that prevent government from violating people's rights, even when a majority wants to violate the rights of others. But now you're telling me a republic can only work if people refrain from electing politicians who will violate the rights of others in the first place. That's the same as a democracy. We're back to where we started.
I see your point.
Is there anywhere on the planet where government is, despite the imaginative labels, anything other than a gang of thieves and bullies?
But there'd be chaos without government.
I'm sure that's what they tell you.
This is the 3 facts nobody will tell you. Hello and welcome. My name is Corey Endralot. I share this with you.
Okay. Before this one plays, yeah, I really like the animation. So keep in mind, I interviewed the guy who made that, and he has never really done any interviews before. I figured to reach out to him, and I don't usually reach out to people for interviews. I mean, because it was more so just an open invitation. But I've reached out to certain people. He's one of the persons that I reached out to because he just had really good stuff, just like those animations. I felt like I pretty much had to. And Yeah, so that's how I found out that he's like, yeah, animations are a bit of a pain in the butt to make, but even though it looks really simple, I don't know, maybe I'll figure it out one day. Or maybe someone will want to do that for me. But because I do have written scripts for stuff like that. But very good video, and hope you guys like that one. This one is 3 facts nobody will tell you. Today, obviously, we're going like longer than 3 hours. Usually my streams are about like 3 hours long. We're going a little bit longer than that. But I think this will be a good one in case you haven't seen it. 3 facts nobody will tell you. I actually have this as a printable resource as well that you can hand out to people in person. Feel free to check that out. It's probably included in the summit, and I say probably, I mean pretty much guaranteed. It's got to be one of the additional resources you can download, and then that's another thing you can hand out to people when you're going places. Maybe you got to set up a table, you know, at a different event. Of course, all the actions will be mentioned at the end. All right, let's get into it.
Because this knowledge really can change the world, and it speaks to the root as to why we are in our current human condition. Watch and learn. Let the video develop. Pause if you must, and consider checking out the PDF version in the description below of these facts so you can reflect upon it for yourself. Let us begin. Number 1. Democide is the top cause of unnatural death. Democide is known as death by government. 133 million deaths before the 20th century and 262 million deaths in the 20th century, for a total of 395 million deaths. This does not include the combatants killed in the 350 plus wars between governments since 1800, or the 40 plus million international and Civil War combatant deaths in the 20th century. The number of people killed by their own governments in the 20th century was more than 4.5 times greater than the number killed by non-governmental murderers, which raises the question of whether government should be counted more as a source of security or a source of danger. Never, anywhere in the history of the world, has government only protected the rights of individuals. It has always done the opposite. Systemic wars only happened because millions of people followed the orders of one or few people. Number 2. Government is slavery. Slavery is the claim of ownership over the life or property of another individual, the involuntary servitude of an individual's labor to another, the control over the life of another by threat of violence. An example would be taxation or theft. Government, from etymology, in the Latin verb governare or gubernare, means to control. Combine that with the Latin noun mens or mentis, and you have mind, to control the mind. And this coincides for the state of, or the condition of, that goes alongside the idea of the Hermetic principle of mentalism. Mental slavery, or statism, is the worst form of slavery, leading to physical slavery. The first government, Sumeria, was the first form of systemic slavery. Every government since practiced slavery. Slavery is considered an established institution. Chattel slavery is only one form of slavery, which was systemically ended by the abolitionist movement in the 19th century, after nearly 4,000 plus years. These same abolitionists warned of political slavery by government extensively. Some of these most influential abolitionists were anarchists. Anarchy means an archon. If you break it down, it means no rulers, not no rules. Among these abolitionists were Lysander Spooner, Aidan Ballou, William Lloyd Garrison, Josiah Warren, Jeremiah Hacker, Henry Clark Wright, Ezra Heywood, William Batchelder Green, and even Leo Tolstoy. Government is known as a monopoly on violence. The act of slavery condoned by statism leads to the condition of slavery, government. Statism is the belief that there is such a thing as authority vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule over other people. This authority means that certain people who we call government have the moral right to issue commands to those whom they rule, those under their jurisdiction, and that their subjects or slaves have a moral obligation to obey the arbitrary dictates or laws set by their masters. Most simply put, statism is the belief in the legitimacy of slavery or order following, and that it must continue in order to prevent chaos. It is the very thing that creates and grows all forms of government. Number 1. Is there any means by which any number of individuals can delegate to someone else the moral right to do something which none of the individuals have the moral right to do themselves? Number 2. Do those who wield political power, presidents, legislators, etc., have the moral right to do things which other people do not have the moral right to do? If so, from whom and how did they acquire such a right? Number 3. Is there any process, constitutions, elections, legislation, by which human beings can transform an immoral act into a moral act without changing the act itself? Number 4. When lawmakers and law enforcers use coercion and force in the name of law and government, do they bear the same responsibility for their actions that anyone else would who did the same thing on his own? Number 5. When there is a conflict between an individual's own moral conscience and the commands of a political authority, is the individual morally obligated to do what he personally views as wrong in order to obey the law? Number 6. Do you think two people have a right to trade with each other independent of any third party if they want to? And number 7. Can you limit slavery or violence if it's seen as legitimate? Number 3. Morality leads to and determines freedom. As aggregate morality increases, freedom increases. As aggregate morality declines, freedom declines. Abolitionists used no man-made documentation to end chattel slavery. They appealed to morality, which lives at the root. Quote, "As every human government is upheld by physical strength, and its laws are enforced virtually at the point of the bayonet, we cannot hold any office which imposes upon its incumbent the obligation to compel men to do right on pain of imprisonment or death. We therefore voluntarily exclude ourselves from every legislative and judicial body, and repudiate all human politics, worldly honors, and stations of authority." That was a quote by William Lloyd Garrison, an abolitionist and most influential journalist in the 1800s. Another quote, "Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty." Quote from Thomas Jefferson. Another quote, "Any society that will give up a little liberty to gain a little security will deserve neither and lose both." That's a quote from Benjamin Franklin. Finally, another quote, "To make a contented slave, you must make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision, and, as far as possible, to annihilate his power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. The man that takes his earnings must be able to convince him that he has a perfect right to do so. It must not depend upon mere force. The slave must know no higher law than his master's will. The whole relationship must not only demonstrate to his mind its necessity, but its absolute rightfulness. And that's a quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist. Education of morality and statism is the only solution. In order to be free, to embrace anarchy or nature, one must know in order to say no. They must have self-control, self-mastery, self-ownership, in order not to be controlled by others. Slavery is the opposite of freedom, by definition. And freedom isn't free, but we were taught to believe it is chaos, to ultimately fear our own nature. To learn more, you can go to tolfa.us. That's TOLFA.us. Here is an academy that goes through every single concept you need to know about freedom. You can also go to nita.one, NITA.ONE. Here is a movement with two simple buttons, one that says learn and another that says action, so you can do both. And another website would be the One Great Work Network, onegreatworknetwork.com. This has many content creators, not just myself, who produce tons of content on this subject matter. There is many people who realize the real nature of freedom, and we understand it because we teach it. We observe the knowledge of our world. We don't just look at the symptoms of our world, we try to get to the root. My own videos and books you can find at taplink.cc/CoreyHealth. There you can find everything that I do, including the network and other links. But I also recommend that you look up among this research and among this knowledge Larkin Rose, or go to his website, therosechannel.com. You can also look up The Most Dangerous Superstition. This is a book that will destroy any worldview connected to politics, because it goes to the root. It questions statism, it questions slavery. And another book would be called The End of All Evil. This was written by Jeremy Locke. Another very good book that also was very simply worded. One that also goes through many concepts of freedom that you may see as essential and very powerful. So, these 3 facts that I covered in this video will also be available in PDF format in the description of this video. If you find these facts helpful at all, please share this video or feel free to share around the PDF version of this video, whether it be online or in person. Humanity shares the same destiny. Thank you.
All right. And then we have one last one. This video is on one of the abolitionists back in the 1800s, and this is one of the abolitionists that's going to inspire the next project. So this is the final video for tonight. I'm surprised if any of you guys have been hanging out the whole time, or maybe you haven't seen these videos. Well, it can provide some value. We can learn from what was done back then. This is actually directly from a PBS documentary, and they say it. they go right into it. Do they go in detail with it? Not necessarily, but nonetheless they have to mention it because it is part of the abolitionists and their message, their ideology. And it becomes evident, even more evident, when I talk to William Douglas, one of the speakers I told you guys to look forward to, because he studied the same people as me. We can prove this by the history, and this PBS documentary is a good example of what might be required in the process for truth. So feel free to check it out. This is the last video for tonight. Thank you, and thank you, Tommy, for hanging out, man.
Felt that he was destined to do great things, but he had no idea how to get there. In 1828, he was 22 years old, newly arrived in the city from his hometown of Newburyport.
William Lloyd Garrison's religious background was not just a background. It was at the core of who he was. It was an indwelling spirit inside of him that constantly thought about making God's will come into being on this earth.
Shortly after arriving in Boston, Garrison happened to meet an itinerant publisher who was raising money for his one-man anti-slavery newspaper. Garrison was horrified by descriptions of the slave pens, where men, women, and children were held awaiting shipment further south. And he began to think that ending slavery was the cause that could give meaning to his life. Garrison was making powerful enemies. Within months, he was thrown in prison for vilifying a slave trader. A New York sympathizer bailed him out in the spring of 1830. He had no job to return to. Neither did he have a home or a family. He had few friends or allies. He did, however, have a plan, a newspaper of his own to promote immediate abolition.
I am willing to be persecuted, imprisoned, and bound for advocating African rights, and I should deserve to be a slave myself if I shrunk from that duty or danger.
By the fall of 1830, William Lloyd Garrison was back in Boston, doggedly pursuing his dream of an abolitionist newspaper. He scrounged around for printing supplies and convinced a colleague to loan him a few reams of paper. He traveled around the Northeast, gathering a handful of allies among white reformers, but not enough to support his venture. On January 1st, 1831, Garrison's long-awaited day arrived. On the first page of the first issue of his newspaper, Garrison declared, "There shall be no neutrals. Men shall either like or dislike me."
Let Southern oppressors tremble. Let their Northern apologists tremble. Let all the enemies of the persecuted blacks tremble. On the subject of slavery, I do not wish to write with moderation. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard.
For 8 months, Garrison toiled away in almost complete obscurity. Then, an explosion of violence halfway across the country suddenly propelled him to national prominence. On a hot August night in 1831, a band of armed slaves rode through the Virginia countryside, killing the white occupants of one farmhouse after another. Nat Turner, the man who led the rebellion, would elude a massive search party for 68 days before he too was caught and executed.
There's no evidence that Garrison's Liberator had any influence on Nat Turner, but very quickly in the Southern press, Garrison's name started to be associated with Nat Turner's revolt.
The South Carolina legislature put a bounty on Garrison's head. $15,000 if he could deliver his body. I think more if he delivered the whole man alive.
Garrison welcomed the notoriety.
The Liberator is causing extraordinary agitation among whites in the slave states. I am constantly receiving anonymous letters filled with abominable and bloody sentiments. These trouble me less than the wind. I was never so happy and confident as I am at the present time.
Over the next 2 years, Garrison gradually won adherents to the anti-slavery cause. Almost 50 abolitionist groups formed in 10 states. In 1833, 2 years after William Lloyd Garrison launched the Liberator, abolitionists from all over the North gathered for the first time. They could feel the strength of their growing numbers. The time had come to unify their far-flung groups into one national anti-slavery society. Garrison was chosen to draw up the organization's charter. He worked through the night, producing a radical document that crystallized his own
Our measures shall be the opposition of moral purity to moral corruption, the destruction of error by the potency of truth, the overthrow of prejudice by the power of love, and the abolition of slavery by the spirit of repentance.
The American Anti-Slavery Society came to life the next day when 63 people signed Garrison's manifesto. They vowed to spread the anti-slavery gospel to every city, town, and village, and they agreed to use what they called moral suasion to convert slaveholders to the cause. By 1835, 2 years after the formation of the American Anti-Slavery Society, there were over 300 chapters throughout the free states, with tens of thousands of members. Garrison and New York businessman Lewis Tappan hoped to build on this momentum with a bold plan to directly confront Southern slaveholders and their supporters. They proposed printing 20 to 50,000 pamphlets a week and mailing them to ministers, politicians, and newspaper editors in each state, especially in the South. The postal campaign became a phenomenon. Within a year, the Anti-Slavery Society had flooded the nation with over 1 million pieces of abolitionist literature, along with medals, emblems, bandanas, chocolate wrappers, songs, and readers for small children. The Great Postal Campaign did not bring about the end of what Southerners called our peculiar institution. Instead, it triggered a wave of repression throughout the slave states. In Charleston, 3,000 people destroyed anti-slavery materials and then burned Garrison in effigy. The vehemence of the reaction in the South took the abolitionists by surprise. But they were even more alarmed when the violence moved north. In some cases, abolitionists themselves were the targets, as when a New York mob burned Lewis Tappan's house to the ground. But all too often, African Americans were the victims of racist violence, from isolated beatings to the expulsion of entire black communities. The mobs shattered every abolitionist assumption that righteousness would triumph over evil, that their fellow Americans would listen to reason, that their northern neighbors would support the abolitionist cause. Garrison and his fellow abolitionists had roused an enemy far more tenacious, entrenched, and violent than they had ever imagined. By the fall of 1835, anti-abolitionist violence was closing in on Boston. A stone-throwing crowd had recently forced one of Garrison's allies to abandon a speech. Garrison himself woke one morning to find a gallows on his front lawn. He ignored the warnings. On the morning of October 21st, 1835, he made his way across town to deliver yet another anti-slavery lecture.
Get the rope.
Fortunately for Garrison, 2 burly men in the crowd took pity on him and rushed him to the town hall. With the mob still calling for Garrison's blood, the mayor put the terrified printer in jail for the night for his own protection. He had been shaken to his core, his faith in his fellow men poisoned, his hope for his country undermined.
Garrison begins to suspect that every part of American society is infected by a deep moral disease. And he starts to say, the churches are pro-slavery. We're coming out of all the churches. Politics are pro-slavery. Abolitionists should never vote. He becomes far more radical and far more anti-institutional.
By 1840, after 10 years of struggle, William Lloyd Garrison was drifting away from many of his old allies, alienating them with what they considered irrelevant heresies. Rather than backing down, Garrison upped the ante. Because the Constitution itself was corrupt, he charged, the Union was fatally flawed. Abolitionists renounced their government, that they withdraw from citizenship, and refused to vote. Many of Garrison's old friends had had enough. Some of them had been deeply offended by his support of women's rights. Others thought it lunacy for a reform movement to ignore politics or to insist that supporters refrain from voting. And a few were quietly wondering whether nonviolence could ever free the slaves. In May of 1840, they quit the American Anti-Slavery Society. The organization remained with Garrison at its head, but membership and income plummeted. The infighting left the abolition movement fragmented and disheartened. Many wondered whether it would disappear altogether. Time and again, Garrison, Grimke, Weld, and their kindred spirits had sounded the warning. The Republic couldn't forever encompass the ideal of liberty and the reality of slavery. For their beliefs, they had been reviled, mocked, beaten, and imprisoned. But they had exposed the fatal weakness in the Union and set the nation on course to the gravest crisis in its history. Was the Fugitive Slave Law. The law stipulated that any citizen, North or South, could be rounded up and forced to catch a suspected runaway.
Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 virtually legitimates the kidnapping of free blacks. It means that a Southerner can hunt down any black in free soil and say, "You're my slave." And most significantly, in one sense, any white can be deputized at any moment, day or night, and is required to help round up a suspected fugitive slave.
When the compromise was finally sealed in late September, abolitionists were horrified. 20 years of struggle had yielded not emancipation, but 1 million more slaves, and a political agreement to preserve the institution in the United States forever. The petitions, the campaigns, the rallies, the marches, the meetings and resolutions and fundraisers, the mobs, the beatings, all of the sacrifices had been suddenly dealt away by a handful of men in Washington. As a final insult, abolitionists were cast as villains who had almost torn the nation apart. The New York Globe urged that no public building, not even the streets, must be desecrated by such a gathering of traitors. It became dangerous once again to speak out against slavery.
What the country just said from the heart of the government is that slavery's forever. This radicalizes the anti-slavery movement arguably more than anything that had ever happened before.
The crisis convinced Garrison that he needed to redouble his efforts. From Boston, he directed an energetic campaign of meetings, petitions, and publicity. But for many abolitionists, Garrison's old tactics seemed hopelessly inadequate. Frederick Douglass, for one, had begun to question his own faith in a peaceful end to slavery and in American democracy itself.
Your boasted liberty is an unholy license. Your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns are fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy. A thin veil to cover crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There's not a nation on earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States.
The role that abolitionists played in the build-up to the Civil War was absolutely crucial. Without the abolitionists, I think one could say that slave owners would have turned the entire United States into slave country.
Garrison, like everybody, like Douglass, like all the people that have been in tremendous conflict with each other before the war, are in a sense reunited in the war for the Union.
At last, the squabbling abolitionist factions came together again, including, above all, Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison. Whatever political or personal differences have divided us, Douglass wrote. A common goal makes us forget those differences and strike at the common foe.
When Garrison is forced to choose, he chooses abolition over his peace principles.
For almost 4 decades, Garrison had dedicated his life to this moment. He had created a movement, had led it through every adversity without wavering. The Liberator had become not only the most influential voice of abolition, but the symbol of its tenacity. 1,803 issues, every one set by hand, most by Garrison's own. And this, Garrison felt, was a fitting occasion to print the last. The post-war years would be hard. Garrison, Douglass, and their kindred spirits protested in vain, as Northern and Southern whites conspired to keep the emancipated slaves in a condition almost indistinguishable from slavery. But nothing could entirely erase the change that had taken place in American life.
The abolitionists of this country were never a numerous class, but lately death has been busy in reducing their already thin ranks. Only a few can now tell from actual experience something of the darkness and peril that brooded over the land when the anti-slavery movement was born. Now, the brightest and steadiest of all the shining hosts of our moral sky has silently and peacefully descended below the distant horizon. He moved not with the tide, but against it. He rose not by the power of the church or the state, but in bold, inflexible, and defiant opposition to the mighty power of both. It was the glory of this man that he could stand alone with the truth and calmly await the result. Now that this man has filled up the measure of his years, now that the leaf has fallen to the ground as all leaves must fall, let us guard his memory. Let us try to imitate his virtues and endeavor, as he did, to leave the world freer, nobler, and better than we found it.
So that last part there is written by Frederick Douglass, speaking about William Lloyd Garrison's death. And so that's why he was visiting the graveyard there at the end of the documentary, just for some context. But that was from a PBS documentary. And so it's not non-mainstream history about this stuff. You can verify it across the board. And here are some quotes from William Lloyd Garrison, where he is clearly against not just the institution of chattel slavery, but other forms as well. Just like Lysander Spooner, just like, I mean, I could list dozens, Josiah Warren, all the people you see on the sides of this screen. I mean, I can name each one: Aidan Ballou, Henry Clark Wright, even, Emerson and Henry David Thoreau had some of these views too. Jeremiah Hacker, Charles Lane, Lysander Spooner, of course, William Batchelder Greene. And to think that all these men are alone too, I mean, no, there's got to be even more than that, right? Those quotes that I had from Garrison on the screen are also found in my slavery book, of course, because it's compiling a bunch of quotes from abolitionists to prove that they were not just after one form of slavery. So if anyone is new here, feel free to say hello. I know I see Miss Robin, and we saw someone else before. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. R3D, if you're still watching. I don't know how new you are to the stream, but I was just streaming for about almost 5 hours now. So basically, I am a host of a huge event with about 50 speakers called the End of Slavery Summit, as you see on the screen. And it's a huge event. I figured to just stream some talks from that event. I encourage you to sign up. It's totally free. There's nothing involved with money, because I'm doing it purely out of moral obligation to educate people about what's going on in today's world and to prove that slavery exists and all of us are contributing to it to some extent. It is not the slavery that you may think from the 1800s. It is way more than that. And we have the abolitionists writing it themselves. And a lot of historians pretty much ignore it or don't look enough into it. So like all the people I mentioned, people barely learn about them. But you read the works of Lysander Spooner and it's apparent. Why isn't government voluntary? Well, if it's voluntary, it wouldn't be government. So there's some violence for compliance. There's violence backing every law. We see there's actually slavery in other places. And it's something that is going to be hard for today's public to realize, just like back then. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to go on camera one last time, but I thank everybody for hanging out. DK, especially, you're always here the whole time. Shine, thank you for hanging out as well. Seems like you were here for a while, too. And I don't blame other people for having leaving, because it's been a very long time by now and it's getting late, especially where I am. But it's nice to meet you all. Yeah, Ms. Robin, feel free to sign up for the event if you haven't already. It's a great event. This is mind-blowing knowledge that you're really not going to find anywhere else, if I'm just going to be honest with you. It's knowledge that, really, I brought it all together in one place, right? Hundreds of resources. You're talking, you can download books. And if you care about freedom, then it's definitely the right place to be. I will say that. And I don't want to convince you, because I'd rather you look into it for yourself and judge for yourself, right? Watch the talks, watch the videos. I just streamed about 5 hours of those talks and of those videos. In case you missed it, you can probably just rewatch the VOD. If you're on YouTube, you can bookmark the page. If you're on Twitch, you can go to the past broadcasts and you'll see it. I'm pretty sure I have it saved, so you can check the past broadcast. But nonetheless, you could just sign up on the site and get all the stuff for yourself and make up your own mind. It would be an interesting band name, Violence for Compliance. Yeah, I know, right? It rhymes. But yeah, it's crazy stuff that's going on in the world, and glad to show some of the historical, educational, every point of view, honestly. So I thank you guys for joining me. I have the music on here. There's the music. And I'm gonna head off. It's been fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The summit lasts quite a long time. It is nowhere near the end. There is a lot more talks to come. So I want you to stay tuned. Stay tuned. Of course, don't be dependent on my live streams. It's really just to help reach different audiences, such as Miss Robin and R3D, in case you're new to it. That's a great thing. And frankly, there's a lot more to come. We have a live roundtable discussion toward the end as well. There is replays of each day at the end, so in case you missed day 1, day 2, day 3, since we're on day 5 right now, it's the 5th of December, don't worry, you can still go back at the end of the summit. There will be several days where you can look at any talk you want from any day of the summit. And of course, people are reposting their interviews as well. I have several people reposting their interviews on their own pages. I did that on purpose, making it set to the days. That way people can take their interviews, they can repost them, clip them, share them, and I don't have to get the credit. They can, because it's their talk. I'm just giving them the platform, right? And of course, I encourage everybody to do that if they want. Clip anything you want. It's all about the message. That's all that matters. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and take care. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Shine. Thank you, DK. Thank you to everyone from Twitch. Check out the End of Slavery Summit, endofslavery.org. I'm going to raid somebody who plays WoW. Peace out.